coming to you live here from Lake Titicaca, otherwise known as Titicaca Quecha. It's a large freshwater lake in the Andes Mountains on the border of Bolivia and Peru. It is often called the highest navigable lake in the world. It's high, man. It's high. And it's also the largest in South America in terms of volume and surface area. We're here today with episode number 40 of the PondCast. Just 10 more, and I can do paper with my rock. For now, I have to do like double scissors rock. Number 40, our weekly talk show where we go over the events of the past week and news pertaining to StarCraft as well as StarCraft 2. As per usual, I am your host, Yaku of Neizaku, and joining me today is La Caldera Pepsi Max, que baguettes as abogadas, like _VIP, and as usual, we are being produced by Ovok Chicago. Tori Biege zi tacos 60 squats and seki. Girl, how y'all doing?
The amount of references in that intro. What's up, Yago? What's up? It's great to be here. Great to be back once again with another episode of the PondCast here. As you mentioned, our weekly talk show where we bring up all the news, all the events in StarCraft 2 and StarCraft adjacent content. Last week we had a bit of a lighter week when it came to news, but this week suddenly everything did drop. We got interviews, we got merchandise as well, we got new board games, we got some results from TLMC coming in as well. There's so much to go over, a lot to catch up on.
Yeah, we got new things coming up. We got merch, we got board games. We don't quite yet have confirmation for EWC, but we have a bunch of other stuff.
We don't have that. We got everything else, though. It's fine. It's fine. Let's go.
We don't have a circuit, but
but the first thing on our topic list here is going to be actually a bit of a blast from the past. Another GLHF interview, one that caught me a little bit off guard. This is an interview with a Crisis Wee. Apparently, he was the producer of the OG, I should say, networks, of OGN, but even before that, of Tooniverse as well, back in Korea.
Exactly. Honestly, one that caught me off guard quite a lot as well. I wasn't quite expecting ZG to be able to catch such a big fish in a way. Somebody who was there since the absolute beginnings, oversaw pretty much everything that had to do with Brute War in Korea, a little bit of the early days of StarCraft 2. I know he did mention that he switched over to doing more LCK and League of Legends things around 2013 kind of area, but still very much involved, still very much there from the early days, and able to give us a lot from behind the scenes as opposed to just, from a fan perspective. He's able to really bring us into kind of what went on behind those doors, how producing worked, how they even formulated such ideas, such as, some of the ideas that have kind of gone away for good reason. Something like, spacesuits and all that. But, this was a really good interview that we were able to catch.
Oh, yeah. It was just really informative, just really interesting if you've been following the history of Brood War and StarCraft. And we've already kind of we've already paved the way and already kind of set a foundation throughout a lot of the earlier interviews as well with GLHF. So even if you came in a little bit more unaware as to the history, like by this point, if you've been watching all these interviews, you have that foundation, you have that knowledge. And now this kind of contextualizes a lot of that as well, especially after the interview with Gur and the interview with Chobra, it all kind of comes together here, and yeah, it was fascinating to listen to him speak on such things.
That's actually such a good way of putting it. This contextualizes the other interviews in a way, because I did feel like a lot of the stuff that was touched on was kind of similar to some of the earlier interviews, like you said, from Gyr, from Garimto, and especially particularly the Brute War interviews. But this not only kind of confirms or corroborates what they were saying earlier, but also, as you pointed out, provided additional context as to, maybe in one of the earlier videos, Gur would say something like, oh yeah, they made this decision which took us all off, which surprised everyone in the player base. We had no idea what was going on. The Crisis We here is able to provide a little bit of that extra context.
Oh yeah, exactly. So it was really cool to hear his story. So once again, he is a producer. He's a producer on these networks. He started back in Tooniverse, and the interview started with even him talking about how he had a love for the esports, or I should say, a
Yeah.
love for the game, a love for StarCraft. Initially, he himself was playing it as well. I found it really fascinating to hear that. That he was a part of the first broadcast that actually had a Brood War
Yep.
on television, and he spoke about how initially Korea they competed in like the FIFA World Cup, and they
Mhm.
actually saw how audiences reacted to it, how much interest there was in it, how the commentary was, and seeing that happen back in the day, I think it happened in France at the time, that
Yep.
inspired
I
him
do.
and inspired his colleagues to try to transfer that into like a gaming environment, because at the time they were working at a cartoon network, basically at Tooniverse, which was like a kids program or kids network on TV, and they'd come up with the idea of trying to incorporate StarCraft in that way.
Yeah. Kind of. I'm not really sure what the connection was between esports and cartoons, but again, maybe this is me coming from my more modern kind of perspective. I think maybe back then the
Mhm.
way they justified it was something like, "Hey, kids like video games, and
Yeah,
kids are
yeah,
watching cartoons," which
yeah.
yeah isn't necessarily the case nowadays, as we know. Adults play video games as well.
Sure, but
I'm an
sure.
adult and I play video games.
That's that's arguable, debatable.
I
But
play.
But as you're mentioning, right, like basically they were targeting a demographic, like, right? They were targeting a
Yep.
demographic of younger Korean, the younger Korean viewer base, I should say, and
Yep.
they were quite successful with it. And we got to like hear a little bit more in depth about like the ideas of how they constructed their first program. We initially heard about this from Gur, if you remember, and I think from Garimpo as well. How like the first time they played on televised
Yep.
broadcast, they had that set, they had the space suits, all that stuff, right? We heard from the player side, and then suddenly,
It was
bam, you
awful to
hear
play
from,
in them,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly,
But because back
exactly.
then, again, but because back then they were producing for television, they really had to pitch this as like, oh yeah, this is for viewers to be entertained, for kids especially
Mhm.
to be entertained.
Yeah. And again, it was like the first time this was happening, right? Like again, there was no esports establishment behind this, or no pro
Yeah,
teams before this either. Like this was the start of it, and yeah, they pitched the idea. They made a studio. I think he even talked about how budget the studio was. Like he was talking about how like they like
yeah.
lowered like a tennis table, and that's what they use like as a
Table tennis
desk, and like
table,
they,
yeah. And
yeah.
they just put two PCs
Uh-huh.
on it. I remember when he was saying that, I was like, how did that table not just collapse? Like, or even
That
just
was
roll away. It's like,
a sturdy table, mate. Oh my god. But yeah, to like hear how they came up with that idea for the show, right? The setting, the set, the eventually the infamous spacesuits, right? And how he spoke about how like that wasn't even his idea. He elaborated like that was like an idea from like the higher ups,
yeah,
how they thought it would be better for like immersion purposes, right? Like, oh, it's like they're in the
yeah,
video game sort of thing. And it fell by the wayside eventually, but like there was like rationale
for
for it,
good
and they were
reason.
still
Yeah,
trying things out. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, because like you said, back then there was not. This was completely unprecedented. Nobody had ever
Hmm.
put video game competitions or esports on TV before. So,
Hmm.
understandably, the producers or the executives higher up were concerned when it came to things like viewership and ratings. So they did incorporate these. I mean, we can call them gimmicks. Let's call it that, to try to get
Hmm.
eyes on the program itself. And
Hmm.
hey, it worked initially, but yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
thankfully they also proved that people were actually interested in the games themselves, so we didn't
Hmm.
have to get players being weighed down by smelly, smelly clothes that, according to Garimto, wouldn't be washed.
Well, that was on him though. I think he said that he didn't
That's
watch it,
true.
but so that's a little bit different, but for sure. So yeah, it was just really fascinating to hear again, just from that side of things, from the side of the people working behind the scenes on that show, right, and how it they really did kind of like break new ground, and it eventually evolved
Yeah,
into something greater. He eventually moved
he,
over and with OGN, and they started their own leagues as well. At least a couple years later on down the line. But yeah, it's just
it
that's why it's so fascinating that Zombie Gob actually got this interview.
you can absolutely see the progression in both the
Mhm.
indie industry itself based on just watching the tournaments and the shows that Crisis we produced during this entire time, right? You start with Brood War, with the budget, the ping pong tables, and the spacesuits and everything.
Yeah,
Then you
yeah,
go
yeah.
into OSL, which is a little bit
Mhm.
different there, and then you go into kind of the last few days of the
Pro
OSL, where
League.
things are a bit more, where things are a bit more familiar, shall we say,
Mhm.
to more modern
Mhm.
audiences, and then you go to LCK, which is like
Yeah.
an entirely different level, an entirely different kind of budget there.
100%, 100%. So the growth can be seen through even his career, right? Which is fascinating. Almost like the I don't want to say like the godfather of like televised like esports, but like he was there at
One of
least.
the
He was
founding
there for a lot of that.
fathers, I think.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. Like I'm sure if he wasn't there, maybe someone else would have taken the initiative eventually. But like he was there from the beginning, so it was fascinating to hear. It was also just to touch on it a little bit. It was also a little bit fun to hear a little bit more about how the PC bungs worked. So
Yep.
once again, we had this foundation that we already knew about. He also touched on it here as well to reinforce, the financial crisis that Korea was going through, right? The hardships that the people were going through, the rise in popularity of PC bunks because it was a very cheap way to play. It was very rare for people
Yep.
to have PCs at home, all that good stuff. So there was a little bit more reinforcement of that history, of course, of StarCraft.
Yeah.
But something that wasn't mentioned, which makes sense, but was never really talked about in many of the other interviews, he was talking about how like the first quote unquote esports teams were actually like clans that were
Yep.
founded in the local PC bangs, which makes sense, right? Like
Yeah.
you have your local PC bang, you have your local players in the district, and they would kind of like form their own teams based around that PC bang as well.
Yeah, I mean, even the term clan itself that
Hmm.
he touched upon a little bit. You see this in other in esports outside of Korea and outside of Asia in general. Call of Duty, CS:GO, even I guess MMOs they usually call them guilds, but
Hmm.
clan overall is like a
Yeah.
very common descriptor of people who kind of play together, right? And
Yeah.
that's when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense that it is something that came from Korea itself, because I feel like that is a bit more of like a Korean or East Asian kind of term in general.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. And to hear like the first ones being formed by just, your own local community, right? Like, and that also just reinforces just how ingrained StarCraft was in a way where you have your friends after school, you go to your local PC bang, at your local PC bang, you meet other people, you play and practice together as the first
Hmm.
teams, as the first clans. Like it's all just fascinating and exciting to hear about how this was happening back in the day, and of course that eventually grew into something greater once other teams got
Yeah,
involved and eventually
that
speaks on that.
clan eventually evolved into .gg,
True, true.
or or like yeah.
The beginning of said names. But yeah, so it was really cool to hear from that. I think another really interesting thing as well was when he spoke about the
Mhm.
OSL intros, and he spoke about how like that was like something that they had kind of come up with. I loved how he spoke about they didn't even really have much of a budget. They had like $500, like one camera guy, himself, and like one assistant. It's like three guys like going at it, and they kind of like had this idea of what these players could look like, and they kind of like with that creativity in mind, they created like their first intros, and because they were so well received, they kept going with it. And I think what I find really fascinating about that is that I think we spoke about this last time. It doesn't feel like that was ever really replicated in the
Yep.
West anywhere near as well. And you could argue that it also shows like how far something like creativity can take you, passion can take you, but also how important it is to have everyone localized. Like it isn't
Yeah.
very expensive if everyone's living nearby to get everyone together to film all of that. Whereas for an international show like WCS or BlizzCon or something, you have to fly everyone over. Suddenly everything becomes more expensive, and it becomes much more difficult to make content like that.
Yeah, you can't just ask. All the alternative is to ask the players themselves to just film themselves,
Yeah.
but they don't know what they're doing.
Uh huh.
I think recently, in the Team Liquid anniversary, they had their StarCraft roster, and you had these very professional looking pictures of like Clem and Skillus and all these
Hmm.
others, and then meanwhile you just have a selfie from Cure. in like in the middle of a forest somewhere.
Yeah, I think that's an example of that, right? Like it does take more money and more resources to try to make something like that. But in Korea, because everything's so centralized, it is cheaper. It is cheaper to make something like that and to make that a reality. And again, like it just all works so well, at least back in the day, or at least in Korea. Like it's just a very different kind of environment for that sort of thing.
Yeah.
For sure.
I have to agree with that. Something else that I kind of caught my attention a little bit. It was really interesting to hear, but at the same time, it kind of made me sad. Was of course Crisis We Hear talked a little bit about the Blizzard Kespa dispute, and I mean, first of all, it was interesting to hear that apparently before approaching Kespa, Blizzard went to OGN to kind of say, "Hey, we want to set something up when it comes to broadcasting and stuff like that." But it was also like, the thing that made me a little bit sad when he talked about it was that when he said that in hindsight, the deal actually wasn't that bad in terms of like money, in terms of like content control and things like that. But what it really came down to was the fact that, I mean, we've touched on this a little bit, but like you said, this gives a whole different kind of context to what we've heard about in the past. It really did come down to like that cultural difference, right? Or that cultural attitude when it came to intellectual property and who owns what, and or I guess not necessarily who owns what, but rather who does more with the IP, right?
Yeah, I think that might have been the most important part of the interview, actually. Like it because we have heard so much about like the Kesper Blizzard dispute. We know what kind of soured relationship they had because of that, especially with the Korean community, the Korean audience, the Korean fan base, and Kesper themselves, of course, and those working behind the scenes. But what this really reveals, and I think he even spoke about that he couldn't really go into further detail because of NDAs, because he was a part of that and because things were signed. But the idea that Blizzard were this gives the idea that Blizzard were trying to come to an agreement, that they were trying to be somewhat fair. But as you mentioned, and he didn't elaborate on it. Well, I would contextualize it in such a way that if you recall, because of the financial crisis, because Korea was not doing well off, because it was a relatively poorer nation, so the idea of them in that kind of economic state, being able to build something from the ground up, being able to build this esport, being able to build StarCraft and this audience and this popularity and this product, and then for someone to come in and be like, hey, that's great, we want some of that as well. You have to pay like broadcasting rights. We also want to we want to compensate you as well for this, but like we want to take a part of this essentially.
Something that we own, so
it's something that it is something that we own. But for Kesper and for the Koreans to be like, this is something that we made, and it's important to us because it was not easy, right? Like they went through a lot of hardship to make this successful, so it's not easy to let go of that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, it was kind of like Blizzard saying, we own this, but kind of the Korean side saying, yes, but we made it.
Yeah. Yeah, and the idea of it not being about money, but just being about because they made it, that there's that much more attachment to it. Crisis, he made it sound like
a point of pride, essentially.
Yes, exactly. And Crisis made it sound like Blizzard were maybe even like, oh, okay, you want to accept this? Well, what if we offer more money? And that's kind of how they thought about it. And Crisis was trying to emphasize that it wasn't about that. It wasn't about how much we would get for it. It was something more than that, and that was the issue there. And it felt like there was a disconnect between the parties, right?
Yeah. Which again, really sad. It's like if there was some kind of like Korean communication consultant on the side of Blizzard there who was able to kind of communicate that with them, it's like, man, things could have gone so much different.
Yeah, for sure. And that is also why, because we didn't know this before, right? We had, it was a little bit more vague as to what was happening when it came to those interactions, when it came to that deal. Now we have a little bit more to go off of, so that's why I feel like there's a lot of value here in his words and what he said. Obviously, he's limited in what he can say, but it does kind of give a little bit more insight to it, right?
Yeah, that was the bombshell, I feel like, for probably the biggest knowledge bomb in this entire series of interviews that we've had so far.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I think it makes sense, right? And that's why I think it's important that we had all these other previous interviews beforehand to kind of like set the
Hmm.
stage for that, right? To understand that again, things weren't easy in Korea, things weren't necessarily the best
Yeah.
and all that stuff. So it was really cool to hear from him. Something that I wish was asked because I don't know
Hmm.
if you recall, he spoke on StarCraft 2. He spoke a little bit on SE2,
Yeah.
and he spoke about how excited everyone was, how he himself was excited, like everyone was excited for the sequel to Brood War and the sequel to StarCraft. Timeline wise, if you remember, this was like 2007, 2008. This announcement that they revealed and all this excitement was before the dispute, before the Blizzard Casper dispute and all
Yeah.
that stuff. So he started off with that, how everyone was really hyped, everyone was excited. It would have been cool if Zombiego had, or if he was asked about how that changed with the Casper Blizzard dispute,
Yeah.
and especially from a broadcaster, like how they approached that. What was their decision not to go into StarCraft 2? That was an
Hmm.
important question. I feel like that was never asked, right? Because he spoke about how they went into Brood War, then in 2012 that was the last OSL, then bam into LCK, but they skipped SE2 entirely. Like what made that decision? And we can infer that because they had bad relationships with Blizzard, they probably didn't want to work with them anymore. But like it would have been nice to have heard a little bit more from him about that.
Yeah. I agree. Like, even if he did sign an NDA or whatnot, it would have been nice to at least ask if he could give something general about the decision over
Yeah.
there from OGN, like why just jump straight to LCK? Was it because League of Legends was already trending upwards in Korea at this time, or stuff like that? Yeah, it would have been a pretty good question to ask. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, just because I feel like there's a gap there, right? Because he's talking about OSL, he's talking about like the last Brood War event, and he was even talking about, and this was spoken of previously, if you remember, how everyone was sad about the last OSL, and there was still a big crowd, right? There was still a big crowd,
Yeah,
there was still a big audience, there was still the
people were
player base as
camping
well.
outside to get in. Apparently.
Yeah, yeah. For Brood War, this was in 2012, by the way. This is already 2 years into StarCraft 2's lifespan. For context, right? Like
Yeah.
it's already like StarCraft 2 is already out.
Yes.
You have all of this for Brood War,
Not.
and then we spoke about it, and then they stopped, and then that kind of like cut Brood War off then and there,
Yeah.
when it was still arguably like had a lot to go, had a lot to give.
Not only were we already 2 years into StarCraft 2 at this point, this was also months away from Heart of Swarm being released. Heart of
Yeah,
Swarm had
yeah,
already been announced
yeah.
about a year prior. So,
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, and this also leads into the discussion that we had, right, about how that also like hampered SE2's growth, because it feels like, because of the tensions and because of the animosity between Casper and Blizzard, that's why they weren't broadcasting StarCraft 2, they didn't push StarCraft 2, they continued Brood War 2 years into, almost all the way into Heart of the Swarm, but then they stopped. We he did elaborate a little bit on the Savior match fixing. I think that was another
Yeah.
really important point, if you remember, because because we all know that because of what happened with Savior, it did mean that a lot of sponsors pulled out. That is true,
Hmm.
but he specifically said viewership went down. I think
Yeah.
that's an important thing to say,
Like
because he's like,
overnight.
because of the match fixing, people stopped watching. People
Yep.
they stopped believing in the integrity of the game, right?
Yep. Yeah, which was something that I think others didn't really touch upon too much. I don't think. I mean, obviously, this is something that Crisis is able to give on hand because being
He has numbers.
behind the scenes and being the producer,
Yeah.
exactly, he has the viewership numbers
Hmm.
to go off of. But yeah, I think that's something that I think a lot of the other people who were asked about this weren't quite able to. Maybe they suspected that viewership went down, but they didn't have the raw numbers to back that up and confirm that.
Hmm.
And then also, from the other perspective, it's because they were very much so passionate fans who were watching at the time.
Hmm.
It could be that they felt that the Savior match fixing scandal is awful. That's like a terrible thing. But maybe kind of hoping that it was what's the word I'm thinking of here? Like isolated to just
Hmm.
Savior and the other people, and that the rest of the game still held integrity, which as Crisis is pointing out, that apparently was not the mainstream or the mainstream consensus at the time amongst the more casual viewers.
Yeah, and I 100% believe that probably led also into their decision to stop OSL and stop support for Brood War. But if you remember as well, like the Savior scandal was in 2010, and they still kept going for another couple of years, right? Like so, like the so that's
Chugging
why
along.
I wish. Yeah, that's why I wish there was a little bit more elaboration there because it feels like there's probably like another reason that happened. Maybe there's specifics he can't talk about, but I'm sure there are things they can talk about, and I'm sure that there could have been something there to have learned. Um, but for what we did get, I do think it was really eye opening. I think it was really interesting
Yeah.
to hear from his perspective. Towards that end, that end of Brood War lifespan or life cycle, would have liked to have heard a little bit more because I feel like there's more to say there about that switch. Because they kind of gloss over it and they kind of just
Yeah.
they don't elaborate, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely a couple of missed opportunities, but like you said, probably the biggest asset that the eventual documentary is going to have.
Hmm.
If for
Hmm.
whatever reason you can only watch one GLHF interview,
Hmm.
this is the one. This is the
Hmm.
most informative and most eye-opening one. The one that actually gives us a behind-the-scenes look that we've had
Hmm.
so far. The other ones were also very informative. Do not get me
Yeah.
wrong, but
Hmm.
this one in particular just is something that I don't think has been done before in any other sort of interview series or
Hmm.
documentary style or documentary production for StarCraft specifically.
Yeah, yeah. Especially because typically interviews are with either players, ex-players, content creators, or casters. The casters is a little bit of a
Mhm.
step above, just because casters do have some behind-the-scenes insight, but this is like the producer of the show sort of
Yeah,
thing. So
the decision
there's
maker.
even more there. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. And like
Well,
he's still
I say the decision maker, but he also had higher ups he
oh
had
yeah,
to answer
for
to.
sure,
So it's like, but
for
more
sure,
so
for
than
sure.
everyone else so far, he was the one with the
Mhm.
most control over production and tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. And he's even still now working in the scene, right? I think he spoke
Yeah.
on how he worked on LCK, of course, and now currently working on Valorant. And Valorant, they have their own league with
Mhm.
OGN at the moment. So like that's what he's currently working on. He's still in the scene. He's still producing content. I'm sure that's also part of the reason why he is very respectful of NDAs that were signed because he's still
Mhm.
in esports, right? That still has value.
Yeah.
So in some way he
Unfortunately, he
has
didn't
to.
take the GUR route of completely switching industries. So I'm like,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I'm free to talk about whatever. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Um, but yeah, it was really interesting to hear. Um, Again, just whether it would have been nice to have heard when it comes to the transition into SC2, their decision not to do so either. What the vibes were basically of the audience of the fan base, but I do highly recommend tuning into it. As you mentioned, this is probably the most informative interview yet. I loved how long it was as well. None of this like 15
Oh
minutes.
yeah,
No,
we
no,
did.
no. Almost an hour made of this. This is
Especially
great.
coming off of what was it? Coming off of Bruno's
Bruno.
interview, that was like 15 minutes long. Before
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
I mean, I guess before that we had like Loco and Upper Tree, who were a little bit
Uh-huh.
longer, but we also had MMA and Yawn Blue, who were like 20 minutes
Yeah.
long.
Yeah. Exactly. So I appreciate the in-depth, the more in-depth into it that we had here, as well, definitely. And there's more that was spoken of. Like we kind of went over some of the main
Mhm.
big points, but there was so much more in the interview as well. I think another interesting thing that was spoken of was Boxer's popularity, and we
Right?
also had this discussion last time about like
With
storylines,
Joker.
right? It's about
Oh.
yeah, about like storylines or about like talking about just these like these things that people can latch on to that kind of make the player more individualistic and give them a reason to cheer for them as well, right? And more in-depth boxer, he went full celebrity. He was good looking, which also helped with that as well, but
Hmm.
like there's a little bit
But he
more
also
to
like
it. And mhm,
he also had that kind of stage presence and a kind of like public
charisma.
charisma. There we go.
Hmm. For
On top
sure.
of
And like
on top of being a really good player as well. So yeah, that definitely
uh-huh.
helped, and that I mean it helped a lot, right? To kind of change perspectives of when was this, like early 2000s? I was like
Mhm.
barely conscious back then. Early
God
early 2000s,
damn it.
and there was
You're
so
like,
many.
man, I wasn't even born, mate. I was I was still in the womb, mate. Oh my, it's the Yaku. God damn it. God damn it.
Well, no, I had escaped the womb.
Uh-huh.
I was still kind of
Yes.
attached, like umbilically, but I had escaped the womb at that
There you
point.
go. God damn it. Uh-huh. But yeah, talking about
But yeah,
like
it kind of changed. It kind of changed the perception, right, of the typical
yes.
person who is, playing video games for like 10 hours a day and practicing it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and it worked, right? It worked. It's something that followed into. I think he alluded to Faker and stuff like that, and some of these other big popular names in Korean esports.
I think
that they were able to cultivate.
Specifically, he said there would be no Faker if not for Boxer back in the day.
Yeah. Like again, like they kind of set the stage for that sort of idea of a player or that image of a player sort of thing, and others followed suit. And it's fascinating to hear that, especially as casters ourselves. It's always exciting to hear that as well. It's a little bit more difficult just because it's not a direct comparison just because he has more control when it comes to creating advertisements and the look of the players and the stage itself and like framing and portraying them in such an idle way, whereas we're quite limited ourselves.
Exactly. I don't want to say he's able to manipulate things a little bit, but he can definitely, like you said, he can definitely frame things a little bit differently, both in terms of like getting cool angles with the camera and stuff, but also when it comes to the framing of the storylines, creating the adverts and stuff like that. Whereas for us, we have to just say, yes, this is the player who is divorced, and we just have to keep saying it until people believe us.
Exactly.
This is Solar. He's a villain, and he's the hero.
He's in his redemption arc. He's in his redemption
arc, and then we just have to kind of keep saying it and hope that people believe us.
Yeah. But I mean, he is though. He is. There's truth there, but it can be harder to sell that story and sell that.
Would it help if I made art?
No, it would not help. It would make
Solar as like a hero of the dawn of the light.
It would make things worse. Yeah, it would hurt our cause. Oh no, no. But yeah. So do recommend it. And again, more GLHF interviews to come in the future. I believe there's still some more Korean interviews left in the pipeline.
Yeah, I believe 4 or 5 left of the Korean interviews. Mostly, if I remember correctly, from players, which still very, very cool to see. And we also have a couple more from Home Story Cup as well. So yeah, maybe 10 or something more GLHF interviews to come.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Dennis interview. I'm sure that's happening. Yeah, 100%.
I will not confirm or deny.
Yeah. But that leads into our next. There you go. That leads us into our next bit of information here, into our next topic or video that was created by the RTS storyteller.
Yes.
A bit of a shorter video here, but one covering the player Happy.
Yeah, somebody who is slightly less crappy than me.
Let's go. Yes, we have our own crappy Happy. If you know the
slightly
reference,
more.
Slightly. But a bit of a shorter interview here that did it was a bit of almost like a little bit of like a nice not an interview, a little bit of like a smaller documentary piece or video that was created covering some history of Happy as a player.
Yeah, kind of a thesis as well, especially with the title here, like why one of the best Warcraft 3 players didn't perform well in StarCraft 2, and yeah, he did try to get into it. RTS storyteller, obviously, he's the guy who, if you recall from last week's episode of the PondCast, he does do a lot of this sort of style of videos, style of kind of retrospectives around players. He did the Beyond 2-parter that's eventually going to become a 3-parter, but yeah, he does this for a lot of players, and in this case, it's for Happy and trying to not only going through his history, a very brief history of his time in Warcraft 3, as well as a little bit of his time in StarCraft 2, but also trying to answer the question of, why those skills didn't really transfer over. And Yeah, I think he did a pretty good job of arguing it. I'm not sure if I 100% agree with,
Yeah, I don't.
all of his points, but I can see where he's coming from.
I think you yourself got there and you touched on it. This was a very different video than the Björn video. Like the Björn video was more like chronicling like events that occurred and a history, and that was more of what was happening. Here, he was kind of pushing a narrative in a sense and pushing his own ideas, right, as to
His
what he
argument,
believes.
so to speak.
Yes, exactly. Whereas the Björn one was completely different, right, when it comes to the purpose of the video.
Yeah, I mean, he did have one kind of small segment to the Björn videos where he's like, "This is why Björn was able to succeed in Legacy of the Void compared to the previous expansions." But like you said, that wasn't the overall point of the Björn videos. Whereas in this case, he is trying to answer this question.
Yeah, and it is an interesting one. I think he tries to push the idea that it's mainly like micro oriented, which I think is like a general thing that you can speak of when it comes to Warcraft 3 and SE2. Where Warcraft 3, because it's a bit of a slower game, the engagements and the fights are slower. You have more time for control, right? Unit control and micro and all that stuff,
especially
and that
with
becomes
the hero unit.
Exactly, 100%. So that becomes emphasized even more in Warcraft 3, and he was trying to say that in SE2, because it's a faster game, because there's more macro elements, like necessarily being micro heavy isn't as you can't be as successful, I guess, is what he was getting at. But
unless your name is Parting, Marine King, or Maru,
or Björn, or like
Björn was much later, but
yeah. Yeah, I do agree though, because with what you're getting at is that back in the day, I feel like those play styles were actually showcased a little bit more. It wasn't until like Legacy where like it was a little bit more standardized and
you mean you can. I mean, you could see it specifically from Maru himself, right? In the early days in Wings of Liberty, he was kind of seen as on the same level as somebody like Marine King, or later down the line Björn, or even Parting, as a micro machine. I think one of the most viewed StarCraft 2 highlights is his engagement versus Jaedong, where in 2013 BlizzCon, where everybody was like, "Oh, there's absolutely no way Terran can win this position. Look at all these Ultralists, look at all these Mutalisks, so on and so forth." And then Maru just controls all the units and somehow manages to take a slight edge in that battle. By the time we get to Legacy of the Void, that is no longer what Maru does anymore. Like, I don't think Maru is even capable of going back to that style of micro. But he vastly improved his macro, which is what allowed him to succeed much better. So
For sure. I feel like that's one of the arguments for Legacy, is that they got rid of a lot of the early game aggression and mid game aggression, and it's all about like building up a greater economy and then getting into like the more mid to late game in Legacy sort of thing. But when it comes to here for Happy, what was a little bit jarring about the video that was even made here is that he would often talk about like Happy's like really solid like unit control and unit micro. Maybe he was like struggling in other portions of the game, but like even in the videos that he was showing, like we would often see like longer late games, or like he would even like double back a little bit at times and be like or he'd double back and be like, oh, like Happy, like he would still like be more innovative with his builds and with his strategy. Like Happy was still doing that. And on top of that, I don't know if I liked the framing, because he kept making it sound like Happy failed in SE2, but I feel like I remember him as like a successful player. Like he was one of the best
European
outside
players.
of Korea.
Yeah, one of the best non-Korean players, and absolutely in the top of EU for quite a while.
Yeah. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with the framing that he didn't do well in StarCraft. I think he did do well, and I think he was able to showcase that as well. Maybe not as successful as being at the best of the best outside of Korea, I guess. But
that I think is the thing, though, because I think maybe it was misphrased from RTS Storyteller. I think what he was trying to get at was that in Warcraft 3, Happy was straight up one of the best players, one of the all-time greats of Warcraft 3. And I mean, even today, he's still playing Warcraft 3, and he still plays it well in Warcraft 3 tournaments, but that didn't
100%.
translate very well to SC2, is I think kind of what he was getting at. But yeah, I agree. He does kind of get a little bit ahead of himself a little bit, so to speak.
the way that he speaks on it, he's like, mate, Happy, he was a terrible player. It's like, mate, calm down, Happy, calm down. Like he was good, it was solid. But I agree, right? Like the phrasing could have been a little
it,
bit less harsh and been like, oh, he's one of the best in Warcraft 3. He's not quite one of the best in StarCraft. Like he's not top 5 player, right? Like he's more like top 10, top 15 in Europe, which is good, but like not the level that we expect or want him to be at, right? As like maybe like like a diehard Happy fan sort of thing.
yeah,
So yeah, it
it,
was interesting the phrasing of the video and the phrasing of that
yeah,
question, but
and yeah, and I will say that I think I have some disagreements when it comes to a couple of his points that he argued, but the biggest one and the one that he kind of left to the end, I'm 100% in agreement with.
uh
He said that the main reason why his skills didn't really translate from Warcraft 3 to StarCraft 2
mhm.
is just the fact that Happy didn't like StarCraft 2 as much as Warcraft
Yep.
3. I'm like, yeah, that sounds right to me.
Well, that's I don't want to accuse him of like clickbaiting, but like that ended. I 100% agree because when we got to the end of the video, I'm like, well, that's why that's why. So, like you have the whole you have like the majority of the video that's focusing on like like he only can
He couldn't
micros, he's only good
micro
at
as
unit
well,
control, and like
he was
that's
too
what he's focusing on, and
predictable at times,
yeah,
and at other
yeah, like
times he was tried when he tried to be unpredictable. They were just not
yeah.
good builds.
Yeah, like that's the kind of the narrative that was forming, and then bam, at the end, it's like, well, he had an interview and he said that he just doesn't enjoy StarCraft and he just wasn't passionate about it. It's like, well, there you go. That's why. God, so
But you know what? You,
uh,
you got you hooked till the end. So
I guess.
get that view money.
God damn it, God damn it.
Get that
For those
CPM.
Yeah, for those that are curious, at the end of the video, he goes into an interview that Happy had where he spoke about how, or Happy spoke about how he didn't really enjoy StarCraft 2 as much as Warcraft 3. That I think some of the phrasing was that he was only playing StarCraft 2 for like monetary reasons, like just to earn prize money, but like his heart, his passion wasn't really in there.
Yeah.
So that's why he left and he went back to Warcraft 3.
Yeah. Oh, now that you mention it, like him doing StarCraft 2 for the money and the salary and stuff like that. Something else I kind of appreciated was the segment detailing more about Team Empire, which is the team
Yeah.
that Happy was on, and talking about the behind the scenes stuff and how that also very much so affected his motivation when it came to
Mhm.
StarCraft 2 and stuff like that. Especially when the roster disbanded. At that point, Happy was
Mhm.
like, "Well, now I pretty much have no reason to keep practicing and to keep playing this."
Yeah, and that's kind of more what the crux of the video eventually would be about. But I agree. I think that was definitely interesting to hear. Something that I can say though about the video, once again, just like the Beyond video, mate, the nostalgia. I
Oh
think my
yeah.
favorite part about this is just hearing clips from back in the day. And it's like, oh my god,
Once
like
again,
it's like,
hearing
uh,
Todd and Tasteless at I think
yeah,
not BlizzCon,
yeah.
but like one of the WCS events.
I think it was a DreamHack. I think it was a DreamHack where they were both casting at. But they also showed clips of Apollo and Kalaris. Like
Yeah,
Apollo, who has been behind the scenes now for a long time and away from the cameras for many, many years.
and
But hearing Apollo and Kalaris cast again, that
Kalaris, who has
was
been a host as opposed to a commentator for a very long
yeah,
time.
exactly. So hearing them
Stage
cast
shows, I should
again
say.
was a gem. Like it did elicit all these memories from back in the day. Hearing them cast, not just hearing them cast, but hearing the audience. Specifically, they were showing clips of
The
the
EU studios.
the yes the ESL studio. They were showing clips of that, so you can hear the crowd, and I think it even panned to the crowd at one point as well. You could see the ESL studio. I think Kuro's actually been there as well. Like it's in Poland. And on top of that, he actually showed a very infamous clip of Dimaga winning. I don't know if you remember it, but
This was before my time, so
yeah,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's very infamous. It's around like 7:30 ish of the video, but where Dimaga won his series and he was just pogging out. He was he was elated, and yeah, just there's a lot of memories associated with a lot of that. So it's great to see. Great
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah, great to see the studio as well. Like just how smaller and more kind of cozy it looked back in the day.
Mhm.
This ain't Spodek. This is literally
No,
like a
no, no.
studio that they
I
just
would
got people to sit in.
I would say
Uh-huh.
there were at least 2 ESL studios used. The one was like WCS Europe had like its own studio. I think in Germany. I want to say. I think it was the Cologne studio.
All right, Cologne.
But there was one tournament specifically when they used the Katowice studio. I think it might have been like a group stage before IM or something. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I remember they had like a group stage played in the studio, and that's when they had like this limited audience of like, I don't know, 15 or so people, because like this was not what the studio was planned for, but they were like, do you want
but
to,
you know what, there are
steps,
you know. Yeah, you can sit on the steps if you want. Yeah.
It's great. And as you said, like, it's very cozy's a word. It's almost like it's almost like Home Story Cup vibes, where it's like everyone's just like chilling together. You know, it's not like a formal arena with an audience and all these seats. Like they're all it's
seat
like
allocation. You don't got tickets.
I mean, it feels a lot more grassroots.
Group that was able to join there, but it was a very, very like chill atmosphere. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I like the humble brag in that as well. Yeah, it's a very limited group that got in there, and Kuro was one of them.
Limited, I mean, you get the message. Hey, so they wanted an audience. Do you want to come in? I'm like, sure.
Take it. But yeah, so it was really nostalgic seeing a lot of that as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, like, because again, this was before my time, but my impression was even WCS NA was a bit more formal than this, right? They had the studio environment, but they didn't quite have like people in there, like watching together and stuff like that.
It was they had like a little mini stage where they'd have an area for the players in front of them, and there were like rows of seats in front of those players. But it was a little bit smaller, again, in studio. But yeah, I would say that the European broadcast always seemed a little bit more cozy in its environment, because it is a little bit more casual in how it looks. The NA one was a little bit more formalized, a little bit when it comes to the audience viewing kind of area sort of thing. I always remember seeing
sometimes when they pan over. In the NA
I always remember seeing Fear Dragon. That was like, I remember Fear Dragon, who was a big fan of StarCraft, and he would often be there in the audience before even becoming a caster, sort of thing.
It was back when Nathanius was casting pretty often.
Yep. Yeah. Well, this was back in the Mr. Bitter Rotterdam days, but then after that, Nathanius for sure joining. But it was just really nostalgic seeing them all again. I think he was even featuring Happy versus Vortex as well for a good part of that video, which actually led into the next piece of content where I was like, oh hey, it's Vortex. He's talking about him, and it was hyping up Vortex a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, where have we seen Vortex recently? It's like, oh right, the topic list.
Exactly. So it was definitely an interesting video, a little bit clickbaity, and of course, it was very informative, especially towards the end. But yeah,
you gotta do what you gotta do to make money on YouTube these days.
For sure. So a little bit different, but regardless, I do appreciate the content, and I think it's really nice, kind of again showcasing some of these other players.
Puppet selfies in
for sure,
for the thumbnail on YouTube these days. So.
But yeah, I appreciate it, right? Like, we spoke earlier last time about how, like, mate, you can make videos about almost anyone. It's like, bam, happy. It's like, oh yeah, I'm happy. Like, sure, why not?
I mean, looking at this, looking at clips back from WCSU, yes, definitely a lot of ideas. I mean, he did do a video on Demaga a while back, so I don't remember much from it, so I'm gonna have to rewatch it at some point. So yeah, Demaga. That's one, but speaking of WCSU, Duck. I feel like Duck would be a good one to have a video on.
Yeah. Stardust, I would say as well. Like Stardust was a big name in the EU region for a while, like Korean, obviously, but had a lot of.
But he was adopted by the EU fans and the EU people.
In a way, yeah, sure, for sure. Golden, of course, with the 40-40. Let's go. But yeah, shout out to RTS Storyteller for the video on Happy. That leads us into, hey, we did just allude to it, leads us into a Vortex interview. This came out of left field. I just stumbled upon it a couple of days ago. But there was a little tiny segment and then a massive hour-long interview with Vortex. Vortex, of course, being the Spanish Zurich player for a time, was one of, if not the best player outside of South Korea.
See.
See, papi, see. Again, I think Vortex was a little bit before your time, unfortunately, but basically Vortex, he was straight up one of the best players in Wings of Liberty, coming into Heart of the Swarm, alongside players like Stefano, players like 4GG, players like Snoot, Scarlet. You would have Vortex in the mix as well, alongside his brother Lucifron. And yeah, I was very surprised by this video. Vortex, the reason why we've been talking about him recently is that he did quote-unquote return to StarCraft for the HSL, for the Hispanic StarCraft League. And I was curious if this was like maybe a formal return, maybe just playing for fun. And it does seem like this interview was inspired by that, because part of this interview did actually talk about HSL and talk about like his return to StarCraft in a sense. So it all kind of like... So maybe that like inspired the interview, like seeing him play StarCraft again.
So what was the verdict? Was that asked in the interview? Like why he came back?
It wasn't. They
I assume it was,
HSL
but a little bit. Oh, okay.
But this was more of like an overview here, talking about the history of Vortex, and it was very, very in depth. I mean, it's an hour long. It was very in depth, and it was just a really nice kind of story down memory lane, talking about the beginning of Vortex. If you recall, it's not just Vortex; it's his brother as well. Like they both were playing hand in hand. One Terran, one Zerg.
No, not Lucifron. Oh no, yeah, Lucifron.
Yeah, Lucifron.
Yeah. I was thinking of Acheron, who is the other Spanish player.
No, he's the younger one. He's the younger one. He's the more modern one. But how they played SE2 together. Actually, Vortex, he revealed that he first started playing. His first memories of playing video games is Warcraft 2. He played Warcraft 2 back in the day, which was really fun to hear. Yeah. He actually spoke about how his dad used to play it. Like his dad was really into gaming and technology. And
once again, every player who is a pro gamer had at least one parental figure who was really into the Blizzard games.
It's not unpopular, right? It happens pretty regularly. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? You know, if one of your parents is into it, then they will probably be more willing to be encouraging for you. Well, I say every player, but like Gumiho, his parents never touched a video game in his life, apparently. True. So, in their lives, apparently.
I think Korea is a little bit different though, because again, because of like the PC bang, and like if all your friends are playing something, you play something like that as well. But yeah,
I guess
for
the
Vortex
EU players.
Yeah. Well, those outside of Korea, right?
Like a laser said something similar. Cyril, like Cyril's dad, played literally every Blizzard game.
Clem, right?
Clem, yeah. Clem's dad was on the Balance Wine way before Clem.
There you go.
I can't remember if Rainer Dad's played, but I know he was the one to buy him the game. I remember that from an interview.
There you go. For sure. So
Clem's dad taught Clem how to balance wine.
Oh no! God damn it! But it was talking about how his dad kind of like introduced him to it, and his older brother. I guess his dad introduced it to his older brother as well, like Warcraft 2, then Warcraft 3 as well. He used to play a lot of the Blizzard games. No, Warcraft 3.
Because I'm thinking Vortex, Lucifron, and then there's just Vortex. An older one?
No, just Vortex and Lucifron. Lucifron is the older brother. He's the older brother.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I think in my mind, because of Raynor and Baby Marine, I always automatically assume the younger is the Terran player and the elder is the Zerg player.
No. Lucifron's the older brother. And so he was talking about like some of his history with esports. I believe the interviewee is more of an AoE 4 player. And for those who don't know, currently Vortex, he does compete in AoE 4. He does make content and stream AoE 4 as well. So I think he was coming from it from that perspective. So he was asking him about like, his history in RTS and he was asking him more general questions like, oh, what RTS did you invest the most time into? Were you the most passionate about? And the reason why he was asking this is because Vortex did compete in initially Warcraft 3, then SE2, then Heroes of the Storm, then Warcraft 3 Reforged, and then
And
AoE 4. Like,
and I thought Marine Lord jumped around. Jeez.
yeah. But like at the highest level in every single one as well. Like he was
True,
always at
yeah.
the top in whatever esport he was playing in. But he was just
No shade to Marine Lord.
what? Reload as well. True. To be fair. I mean, I don't know how good he got in Overwatch.
He did compete at a high level in AoE 4 and Overwatch and
Yeah.
Heroes though.
Yeah.
Not as
true.
much, but I mean, the man's an RTS guy, not necessarily
Yeah.
a MOBA and FPS guy.
For sure. But yeah, so he was asked these questions and he got into it when it came to StarCraft 2. He straight up said, like, even though he first started competing in Warcraft 3 and even though right now Vortex competes in AoE 4, he definitely dedicated the most time and passion and he straight up loves StarCraft 2 the most out of all RTSs. I think at one point in the interview he says, hey, if a StarCraft 3 gets announced, he's playing it. He's straight up, he's switching, he's playing it. Like he does have that love for SE2. He spoke more about how one of the reasons why he did stop competing and stop playing SE2 was because of burnout. He was playing it a lot and investing a lot of time, but he definitely had like an unhealthy kind of obsession with it. He was talking about like his practice regimen, how he would like wake up and like play SE2 all day and all night and then stop and he'd like dream about SE2 and he would just always think about like build orders or like games that he played and like that was his life for a while. And how like at a certain point like he did kind of get burned out of it eventually and he needed a break. He spoke about how go on.
I was gonna say when you start dreaming about when you start dreaming about being in high stress like engagement or whatever, or when you start dreaming that you lose, or when your dreams become stressful, that's when you really have to like take a step back and look at the bigger picture of everything.
100%. He even elaborated a little bit about how when Heroes came out, that's when he started playing Heroes. Like he was never really a MOBA kind of player. Like he didn't really enjoy League of Legends, and he wasn't really too into Dota or anything like that. But when Heroes of the Storm came out, like he started playing it with his brother, and he really enjoyed it. And they decided to like make a team together. They started competing, and they started placing really highly. And then he had to make the decision at a certain point at the end of 2014 into 2015. Hey, suddenly we kind of like qualified for this Heroes thing. Do I practice Heroes or do I practice StarCraft 2? Right? Like what do I do right now? Like what do I invest my time into? And that's when he made the decision to switch his focus to Heroes instead. At least at the time. Again, this was nearing the end of Heart of the Swarm, or nearing the final year of Heart of the Swarm. So that's when he switched. That's when he committed, and yeah, that's when he started focusing his attention on Heroes. At least for a time. Back then, he was playing on Team Liquid, I believe, with his brother.
Oh, that's neat. It's cool to hear, because I know that Evil Geniuses also had a Heroes of the Storm team with Idra for a while.
Yeah. Like a lot of SE2 people, actually, a lot of old SE2 people like switched to Heroes, and then you can see like the early Wikipedia pages of Heroes of the Storm. Yeah. Marine Lord, and a lot of like Idra, old SE2 players, for sure. So he spoke on that. It was really cool to hear. He spoke about his one of his first international tournaments, about how he at the time he had always performed really well online, and this was like his first big offline event. I think he spoke on I Am Cologne. I want to say I think it was I Am Cologne, where he played against Supernova, against 4GG, against Stefano, against all these big names. And he was being asked about his experience there, and he spoke about how he had one of the most memorable series that he remembers to this day, and maybe his best series of his life, against Supernova, where he was down 2-1, and he spoke about how he literally had his hands off the keyboard and he was about to GG. He was about to GG like Supernova. He was all-inning him with like a Hellbat not Hellbat, it was Wings of Liberty at the time, with like a Hellion bio push. He was pushing into the natural. He was about to tap out, and then his Zerglings spawned from the eggs, and they happen to surround the Hellions. Like the Hellions overextended into his base. The Lings happen to surround. He kills the Hellions. He holds, and he's like, "Oh, let's play this out." and he had the biggest comeback of his life. He won that game. Then he won like 2 more games in a row. And he was talking about how like it was, I think it was like I am like Cologne Gamescom or I am Gamescom. He was talking about how like the crowd was cheering so hard he couldn't even hear the game sounds. Like he couldn't hear the in-game sounds because the crowd was going wild. And he ended up winning. And like he remembers like afterwards when he was being interviewed, he didn't even know what the interviewer was saying to him because he just
His
couldn't
ears
believe
were
what had
buzzing.
happened. Or he just couldn't believe what was he was like very like out of body experience sort of thing. Yeah. Where he just wasn't he didn't know what was happening. He just won. It was crazy. I actually went back to look at that interview and like the interviewee had asked him like, "Hey, so when are you going to GSL?" And Vortex, his response was like, "What?" It was like, "What? What are you like,
yeah,
it's even on camera.
First big win, I think it's a very surreal experience for a lot of people, so to speak. I mean, I can even remember myself, like obviously this is a much lower level. I can remember back in the day when we had like a show match team, team kind of thing between us and I think at the time it was Alpha X, they were called, before Alpha X, Psionic Aftermath.
Yes.
I remember I won my game and I was like, wait, did I? Did I do good? You not going to be proud of me? The answer to that second question is no, but
no, he's never proud. He's never proud.
It's a very surreal it's very surreal for people to experience it for the first time.
For sure. So yeah, it was just really cool to hear from his perspective, right? From playing in all these old tournaments, from his practice regimens, right? Like nowadays, again, he's no longer in StarCraft 2, but it was nice to hear that, you know, it's something that he's quite fond of, that he has a lot of love for, that he does reminisce of from time to time. He's still, of course, competing and still passionate about AoE 4 at the moment, for sure. But like, it's not like he necessarily thinks of SE2 like in a negative way or a negative fashion or anything like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was just really cool to hear from that.
Yeah, it's just where his passion lies for the time being. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, for sure. I know that some people can be very negative about that. I think remember even the Muslims spoke about that. Yeah. Even the Muslims said that. You know, once you start playing another game, like suddenly, like everyone thinks you like turned your back on them, sort of thing, right? And even the Muslim is playing in AoE 4 right now as well. Yeah. So yeah, it was really nice to hear. He also spoke about like he was being asked like, hey, like do you like practice with your brother? Like is that like how you guys work together or what? He explained like no, like he spoke, I should say, not anymore, but he spoke to his brother about like game strategy or like analysis or like replay reviews, but they never really played together. Like that wasn't really something that they did too much in SE2, just because of the way SE2 works. Like you have to practice for like ZVZ or ZVP or other matchups, right? So like,
especially if you're an EU player, you have to practice Z. At the time, you would have to practice ZVZ. I think nowadays you would have to practice ZVP instead. But yeah, definitely during Heart Swarm and late Wings of Liberty.
For sure. So like, because of that, they didn't really practice too much. It was really interesting to hear once again because he compared it to AoE 4, where he was like, when we switched to AoE 4, we played together all the time, and that reminded me that AoE 4 is very different esport. I don't know if you know this, Yaku, but you veto civs. You veto civs, and you
then you have to alternate. Like you don't just play the same civ in a best of 3 or in a best of 5 or something like that. If you win with your civ, I think you're not allowed to play as a civ anymore. Or at least some tournaments do that. Other tournaments are just like alternate.
Yeah, 100%. You have to alternate. You have to alternate, and you have to learn to play each civ. And to be fair, like some of these, like there's like a base foundation that makes all these civilizations similar to each other, but they're also like different enough to like distinguish them.
There are like slight variations, right? It's again, since you're saying Civ, it is a bit like Civ in a sense, right? Where each one has different bonuses and they're good at different things, but overall the mechanics are basically the same. You know, it's not quite like in StarCraft 2 or Warcraft 3 or StarCraft where for each faction is just radically different in how they play. Like the mechanics are radically different for between each race.
Yeah, so because that you have to learn each civ to compete in AoE4, and you can actually get away with practicing with like the one person as well because you're always switching civs anyway. So yeah, he spoke about how he did practice a lot with his brother in AoE4 as opposed to in StarCraft 2, which it shows just how different some esports are, right? Like I could never imagine SE2 where you had to play a different race for each game. Like that sounds crazy.
Hey, Clem's doing it. Maru nowadays is doing that too. Dark did it for a while, Raynor does that, so
not wrong.
Yeah. The similarities in civilizations in AoE4 are also something that kind of like, for me, as admittedly I don't like really keep up, but as somebody who like casually browses what's going on in AoE4, I feel like every other week the discourse is different when there have been no changes to any balance whatsoever, but it's like 1 week the Abbasids are overpowered, the next week actually the Abbasids are underpowered, England is overpowered, and the next week it's like no, England is fine, it's France that is overpowered, and then the next week it's like no, it's the Mongols. And it's like, yeah.
Yeah, true. Like I again, we're not like in the scene, but it'd be interesting how balance finding works in AoE4 when you have to play every civ anyway, right? Like that's also crazy to think about, right? It's like what you fight for and what perspective you have. That sounds very different, which I find fascinating. Lastly, I guess just to gloss over, I mean, there was a lot that they spoke about during the interview. But what I found interesting here was that he was actually asked about Akedon. You brought him up earlier. Akedon, the more modern, Spanish Terran player.
There.
He was asked what he thinks about his play, but the question was phrased in an interesting way. He was asked what he thought Akedon, how he thought he would have improved if he had kept playing. And what I mean by that is, if you remember, something that we did mention last time is that Akedon, he hasn't competed since October of last year. And he did sign up for HSL, the Hispanic StarCraft League, but he signed up as Protoss. I was curious if maybe he was making the full switch to Protoss or what was happening there. They made it sound like Akedon, him not competing since October was him retiring, and that he's playing, but he's playing like more casually. That's why he's playing Protoss right now, and that for the most part he has like stepped away from full-time competing like he did last year. I say that's how they phrased the question. That's how they spoke about him. I would imagine they probably have that insider information and they know that. We just don't have official confirmation that Akedon has retired, but they did speak like he had already retired. So I don't know if this, again, I don't know if this is confirmation or not. I would like to ask Akedon personally, but like that's how they made it sound, like he had probably, stopped playing or stopped competing.
Yeah, so has that been confirmed? Or is this the official confirmation
This interview might be like, this might be public confirmation. That's what I'm getting at. Like,
okay, then, yeah.
So this interview might be public confirmation that Akedon has stopped competing, and that he's like pseudo retired. I guess we'll find out in HSL. HSL, the playoffs are going to be live. I'll probably ask Akedon there what's happening. It's also possible that maybe he's like quote unquote retired. Maybe he's not playing until EWC is announced, right? That's also a possibility, right? Where it's like he just stop playing, stop competing, and then we'll see what happens with Esports World Cup.
Yeah. One slot left.
Yeah, which some people are probably in the same boat right now. Like a Laser, for example. Laser, he's not playing SC2 right now. He's playing AoE4, and probably similarly, just waiting for an announcement. But it was just a little bit jarring to hear that. I was like, oh, like okay. But to answer that question as Vortex was being asked, what he thought about Akedon's potential. He did believe that like if he was able to commit, if he was able to keep playing, like from what he had seen, like Akedon was looking really impressive. I think I would agree with that as well. Like Akedon, he's definitely up there when it comes to the European Terran players. When Akedon was playing last year, I would have placed him above Battle B. Like I would have said like Akedon, he's definitely up there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I remember casting Keron back in the WCS Challengers EU back in 2021, 2022, and thinking, man, that's some potential here. Like he wasn't making super deep runs, but he made it to the playoffs like once or twice, and would always like place pretty well when it comes to group stage. Plus, he was a young player, so it's like, if he did have that opportunity to keep going on, then 100%, I think he would be. We would still be seeing a lot more of him, and he would be, who knows, maybe he might be maybe he would be the one to face Max Pax every week.
Yeah, maybe. He's still young. He's 23 years old. He's illegible for the Boomer Bash. That's how you know he's young. That's
illegible.
Exactly.
Illegible. Wait.
Yeah, illegible.
So so then I is E, and then E is I.
Yeah, there you go.
That's how it's. Yeah, we should do like a educational kindergarten show, teaching kids how to pronounce stuff.
Oh no.
I. That's E. E. That's eh. A. That's ah.
God damn it, Yaku. God damn it. But it was just really cool to hear from Vortex, even about his thoughts on modern players. And this is all kind of leading into HSL and leading into him competing there. Again, I believe he's just playing in HSL just for fun at the moment. He's not switching to StarCraft 2 full time. He's just playing it for fun. But, as he even said himself, like his passion is definitely always, and his love is always there for StarCraft 2, which is, it's nice to hear.
Yeah. We build it, he will come.
Exactly.
It's basically what it sounds like. If there is something to play in, he will play in it.
Yeah. We'll see. That leads us into our next bit of news here. So again, also shout out to King. King, he was the interviewee here for Vortex. He was able to lock him down for an hour and have a big conversation. Also, I don't know if you saw the video itself, but this is maybe even the most important thing that we found out, is that Vortex, he pulled a Jaime, he pulled a Jim Rising, and he shaved his head.
Yeah, bold.
God damn it. He had nice hair, but now he's going full Jaime, papi. Oh my god.
Well, he's not full Jaime yet.
Still
needs to become a dad to become full Jaime.
True. You're not wrong. God, I keep forgetting he's a dad. God damn it.
I can't imagine him as a dad, yeah.
I cannot. God damn it.
One day in the future, his kid, his son, I think, is going to find clips of his old Twitch channel and be like, Dad, can you explain this? Who is Jimene? Is this
Jimena?
Is this who you dated before Mom? And I'll have to sit him down and be like, son, let me teach you a valuable lesson. Never make a bet with chat.
Oh no, I forgot about Jimena. Oh no. That's I'd erase that from my memory. I love that you remember that though. Good times.
Never bet anything with chat, because chat will always win.
100%. If you know, you know. But that leads us into our next bit of news here. That leads us into some merchandise that drops. In general, StarCraft 2 merch is very rare. Very rare. I think the most we had a Jinx deal many years ago. We had StarCrafts many years ago as well.
Yeah, and this isn't directly related, but recently it was revealed that the game Sea of Thieves is doing a collaboration with Blizzard, and obviously because StarCraft is on the back burner, there's nothing. Blizzard was mostly doing it to advertise Diablo 3, Overwatch 2, the games that the new WoW expansion, War Within, the stuff that they are currently the stuff that is new from them. And so obviously StarCraft, that wasn't involved in that collaboration. So it's nice to see that there are other things that other brands that are kind of collaborating with the StarCraft franchise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So they're kind of branching out and collaborating with other, as you mentioned, like other publishers or like other even other avenues here of designers or even merchandisers as well. And yeah, so with that, U2s, they have released a new content or collection drop. I say new one. They have one done before. I think last year they had like a limited run on some vinyl figures that were SC2 related, and here they have a fresh set of vinyl figures and some plushies as well.
Indeed, they do. So the ones that are advertising here, the first set are StarCraft characters, specifically Nova, Kerrigan, and Zeratul. I think nobody's going to be upset with that choice. I mean, they are pretty much the most iconic. Well, I say the most iconic of each faction.
For the most part.
For the most part, yeah, I would say maybe not so much Nova, but I mean, Nova still is a huge fan favorite. So again, I don't think anybody's going to be too upset with Nova in there. The second one is the one that I'm most excited about. Illuminated StarCraft units. This is the interesting one. So it's a Marine. These are vinyl figures. So it's a Marine, a Hydralisk, and a Zealot. But I don't believe they're glow in the dark. But they are UV. Yeah, they are glow in the dark, and they also have a really cool color scheme to really accentuate that. So it's not just going to be like a big mass of a glowing figure. If you have it, instead you put it in a dark room, it's going to show more of like the silhouette of a Marine or a Hydralisk or a Zealot.
Yeah, it looks really cool. It looks really cool. Like the highlights on it, I can't imagine. I mean, I'm sure it's going to look even better in the dark, as you mentioned, where it can glow a little bit and show off those highlights as well. So yeah, it's a really cool idea, really cool aesthetic. So I do recommend checking them out. They also release plushies as well. The plushies are where we could see some pitchforks raised, specifically because, well, straight up. So we have a Zergling plushie, which is fine. You've got a Zergling plushie. We've got a Pro plushie, also fine. We've got some Protoss representation. And then we have an SCV or a Marine. No, we have a Pylon. we have a Pylon plushie. We don't have a Terran plushie.
Could have had a Mule, or could have had a, like you said, an SCV or something. I mean, to be fair, there aren't that many like cute and cuddly units for Terran, I think. I'm trying to think of one that could fit, but they don't really come to mind. But I mean, a Mule. Mules are pretty cute.
No, just even a Marine, a man with gun can be cute. You can make that cute. Yeah, a Marauder who's a little bit beefier. You can make that. You can make that a little bit cute.
Chub.
Yeah, we need a
little rounded. You know.
Yeah, a plushie BC. That 100%.
A plushie BC with eyes.
True. So yeah. Like I'm not opposed. Like I think the Pylon looks pretty good actually. I think it does look good as a plushie.
How is it going to stand? That's what It's what I want to know.
It'll put in as much work as it can. It'll find a way to stand. Okay, I don't think it looks bad, but I do think that it's kind of weird that Protoss get 2 and Zerg gets 1 and Terran gets nothing. It feels kind of weird to alienate or to exclude a third of the player base of StarCraft when it comes to plushies. That's a little bit weird in my opinion. But outside of that, the vinyl figures, as you mentioned, they look good. And you know what? If you're a Protoss or Zerg, you have some options for plushies or even double plushie Protoss. I mean, maybe they looked at the GM player base and they saw the Protoss.
And they're like,
yes. They're like, you know what? Clearly, the Protoss player base is higher. We got to cater to the Protoss because that's where the money.
Well, here's the thing. True. They were like, the Protoss player base on GM is higher, so we got to have that for the money. But then also, there's no Zerg players in GM, so we need to throw them a bone. Meanwhile, the Terran players, all right, you already are there in GM. It's fine.
Yeah. You got Nova. You're fine.
You got Nova. Understandably, they probably didn't want to make a Nova plush because I mean,
Marine. They can just make a Marine plushie. You can just take the vinyl figure, turn it into a plushie. Like it would have been fine.
Medevac plushie, you know.
Yeah. Sure.
You hug that, and then you get healed. What's the most huggable Terran unit? That's, I think, the question. I think it's Sublime Evo. It's pretty huggable.
I think it's Marauder. Like, Marauder's a big, chunky boy.
Chunky. All right, I can see that.
Or a Firebat. but like a
Oh, that'll
StarCraft
keep you
fireball.
warm. Yeah.
Yeah, toasty, toasty.
Or a StarCraft cyclone.
That's a thing of nightmares, man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You hug
No,
that,
no.
it'll keep you safe. It'll keep the nightmares away because
Oh,
then
no.
only it will be in your dreams.
Exactly. Only it can hurt you. It's fine. Oh, God. So yeah, check out the U2 setup. As a reminder, I believe these plushies and these vinyl
they're
sets
out
are
already.
not available yet, but I think they're available for pre-order.
Dropped on March 25th, so
There you
they're
go.
out already.
Yeah. There you go. So, it looks like you can order it now, and it looks like departs
They'll
in
ship
August.
later. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. So, you can order it now, and depending on which vinyl figure or plushie you get, they do have different depart dates.
Mhm.
So,
Also,
do keep
based
an eye on
where
that.
you live. Yeah.
For
All
sure.
that jazz. I feel like I see this company everywhere nowadays. U2s, I mean.
Ah, there you
They
go.
collaborate with a lot of streamers as well. VTubers.
Yo, we're gonna get a duckling, a duck vinyl figure.
We gotta get a duck vinyl. We gotta get a bang plush.
No. All the VTubers.
I'm trying to remember how many VTubers we have in StarCraft. Can only remember bang.
Yeah, there's bang, there's boom as well. That's the other one.
Right,
Boom.
they're two different
Yeah.
people.
They're
I keep
not the
forgetting
same.
that.
I
They're
mean,
two different people, yeah.
Smile is technically a VTuber.
True, Smile is now
yeah.
VTuber.
Alpaca.
Llama, yeah.
And the llama.
Yeah.
I
The
can never tell
llama.
the difference between llamas and alpacas.
God damn it.
They all look the same to me.
God damn it, Yaku. God damn it.
Llamas are skinnier, right? They're like not as fluffy.
You could argue they're more fluffy, actually.
Are they? Okay,
Depends.
well, I don't know llamas. They live out in the mountains. I ain't got no mountains here. I got a sea.
damn it.
I got a sea. I got otters. I got otters.
You
And
do
I got
have otters.
birds who go woo.
I would say alpacas
So yeah, if you-
are more compact llamas. That's how you can tell.
There you go.
Ah.
But if you are interested in any of these, then do check out the U2's store. I'm very tempted to potentially get a pylon. I don't know. Like, I already got a pro plushie.
You
and I've
need
already
for
got...
your collection. You know what it is?
Yeah.
It's because they had the probe. They need the probe to build something.
True.
What if we had? Nobody has ever done this yet. Warping in structure plushie, where it's just like a blue ball.
God damn it, Yaku. God damn it.
Get on it, you twos.
I'm not entirely sold on the Zergling look just because of the
It looks a bit like an
cute
Ultra.
like eyes.
I know.
It like, at first I thought it was an Ultra, unironically.
Yeah.
I think I'm just too used to the Zergling look of a Zergling. Like, sorry, the Carbot look of a Zergling. Like, I'm like so like
Yeah,
ingrained
they're like
with that.
They're like doggo or the puppy style.
Yeah, this is a
This
lot
one's
more.
a bit
this
more closer to the actual. This is a
Yeah.
little bit more accurate.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Which I don't
That's
like.
the problem,
Yeah.
Yaku. it looks too accurate. Too
Yeah.
accurate. Oh my god. But yeah, do
It's
check
too
him out. Do check
biblically
him out.
accurate, yeah.
Mhm.
Biblically accurate Zergling.
The other bit of news, another not necessarily merchandise, but StarCraft themed
Collaboration.
game. Yeah, collaboration here is Archon Studio have announced, bear this in mind, this is announced, they haven't released it yet, a StarCraft tabletop miniatures game, a new board game here alongside miniatures, rule set and all for StarCraft. Very hype, very exciting. I don't know if you've played many of these sorts of board games, Yaku, but I'm all for this sort of thing. I'm all for it. Let's go.
Not. You're asking me if I played a lot of tabletop games. I played in a lot of one session D&Ds and Warhammer 40Ks that just never progressed beyond the first session because
There you go.
nobody can fucking schedule anything for these time
True.
zones. So.
True. But yeah, it is really exciting. Bearing in mind that the news on
No
the
names.
miniatures and the board game itself are very limited. They have said that there's going to be an upcoming Q&A where they will release more information about the rule set, about the look of the miniatures, and a little bit more details. But they have let everyone know that this is happening and that the Q&A is, I believe, in a week, next week.
Yeah, live on April 4th at 3 a.m. KST with the CEO of Archon Studio. That's the studio that's making the board game, as well as the community specialists to help coordinate things. So that's going to be on YouTube. So yeah, stay tuned. Click the notification bell if that's something that does interest you in 7 days. And yeah, this is something that's really cool that we're seeing. It's not something we see too often here in StarCraft, but I also know that Kuro specifically has a lot to say about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, few notes. Firstly, the announcement specifically said that the tabletop miniatures will be launching in 2026, and followed by board games, by the way, plural, will be in 2027. So I don't know if that means like separate games or if it will be like a game with expansions is what they're planning, because I know that's something they did for another title.
It sounds a little bit like the actual figures themselves are going to be shipped in 2026, and then after that,
Yeah.
I mean,
they'll have
it
the
looks
game
like there may be
to
like
go
I
along
don't
with
know
it.
if the figures, if the miniatures are part of the same game or if they're like a different game and they're like just separate games. From the announcement, it's not clear if they're like part of the same set or if it's just like different parts.
True.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the Q&A will clear that up.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, that's what Q&A is for. As some notes on the company itself, this is actually a Polish company, funnily enough, and it was founded by two guys from Piła. Nobody knows where that is, that's fine, but like that's a city in Poland. And the funny part is the reason why they called Archon Studio is because of StarCraft, actually, because apparently they played StarCraft
Because it
together.
was two guys. Yeah, because it's two guys. They got together. They made a thing. Yeah, makes sense.
So yeah, they actually called Archon. They make, in general, miniatures. They make board games. Recently, the reason why they popped up on my radar was because I was watching a Polish gaming channel, and recently they released Heroes of Might and Magic 3 board game, and that is a game that's like really popular in Poland, and the game sold really well. Like people were really impressed by both the quality and by the game itself. And that is a license from Ubisoft, so like that was like the biggest license they got so far. So now they got to work with Blizzard as well, and all of the production is actually done right there at their studio. Like they don't really outsource production. Like they actually have the machines there at the studio and they are making everything. So they personally can watch over the quality of the stuff they make.
Yeah, they can oversee it all.
Yeah,
they can make sure if something's imperfect, throw it out, start again.
Also, another little fun fact that was in that interview was that one of their most recent games, I don't know if it's released yet or if this is like still like pre-release, because I believe that they were shown like a prototype or something. They're working on a game called Master of Orion, which apparently is also like an older strategy game.
I've heard of this before.
I have not, so I cannot tell you. But like the reason why I mentioned this is because apparently the reason why they're working on it was because once they started this company, like their friends were playing, like we're telling them like, if you are actually making this a thing, you have to make this game at some point because like we really like this game, and they end up making it. So like it's kind of like the idea of the studio is kind of making like their dream projects of like the games that they played, throughout their lives, and like the things they were interested in themselves.
That's a dream, right? To eventually get to a point where you can own this studio or own this factory where you can make all the stuff that you liked as a kid.
Yeah,
that's a dream.
From the interview, it really sounded like this is like a passion project kind of company. They're like 70 something people. Like apparently they're like close to like 100 people. So like it's not like a huge, a huge project. But like they've been growing really fast in the past few years.
Do you know if they're hiring?
I mean, I don't know.
Like I've got a portfolio of the successful art.
I can design. Yeah, they need a design.
I would say.
guy.
I would say this was the first time I actually saw like a tool you use for digital like sculpting and stuff. Because I heard of it being a thing, but I've never seen it in action. They had like this thing like mounted to
That's
their desk
cool.
that do like essentially like you draw
Oh.
in the air and like you're sculpting the thing in the computer. That looked really cool.
I've heard of those things. Yeah, usually it's just like Blender or some 3D kind of modeling software that they use.
I mean, they didn't speak about that specifically. This was more like a B-roll kind of thing, but like, yeah, it was like very interesting, like in like this like little tool that it just looks very futuristic, honestly.
Yeah, I think what's important, as you're touching on, is that this is not a new company. It's been around for, I think, over 10 years at this point. And what's important is that they have they've already have like
They
a
know what
background
they're
of
doing.
making, of making these board games, of working in the space. So it's like this is like their first foray into it. So we can have kind of like a level of trust in the quality of the product itself and what they're releasing. I believe they also had a bit of a Q&A on Reddit about it. I know there were some people that were critical of their Heroes of Might and Magic 3 release with some issues with it. And they did explain that, like, specifically for Heroes of Might and Magic, they were a little bit more constrained by the publisher. But for the StarCraft board game, that they would definitely have a lot more control as to the quality of the product and how the rule set unfolds. And I want to believe that I can. That they would definitely
that's
put out a
100%
product.
plausible. Like, I fully believe that when they say, we were constrained by Ubisoft, I'm like,
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, for sure.
100% I can believe that.
I can also
And I can believe.
I can believe
Yeah, I was about to say I can also
being
believe
like,
Blizzard not
do it.
caring and just keeping them. Yeah, just do whatever, just make a StarCraft thing and make some money. It's like, yeah, okay. I
Make
can
us
see that.
some money. That's probably what Blizzard
I
and
can see
Microsoft
that.
are viewing it. Yeah.
I can see that being the case.
They also, I believe, they also had like some board game from Wolfenstein, I think. So
Yeah,
they
with
did have
Wolfenstein.
different, like,
How does a
franchises.
Wolfenstein board game work? Because, like you were saying, like, Masters of Orion, Heroes of Might and Magic, those are like strategy-ish or tactics kind of games. But Wolfenstein is an FPS.
Yeah, they have a thing for that.
They can.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I just like the way like because it was mostly like it was an interview with like different like people in the company, but like a lot of the interview about the company itself from the CEO was about how they started in like a single room just making the things essentially themselves from like resin and stuff, and like they slowly like grew the company. Like my point being is like they didn't just like dive in and just like try to do something and fail. Like they actually like slowly scaled up their production. Like he said that something that was very important to him from the beginning was that they are doing the production, that they're not like outsourcing it if they can. So like it sounds like they have really good business plan, so I'm hoping for a good product.
Yeah. I mean, again, we'll be finding out more details as to the product in the coming weeks, the coming days.
Yeah, you mentioned this is their first foray into doing board games. They actually have a pretty deep catalog. Wolfenstein, Masters of Orion, Dungeons and Lasers. That's a new one on me. So, yeah, I'm definitely have a lot of trust in them. But that also means that my expectations are a little bit higher from them as well.
True. Yeah, for sure. Hopefully, if it's successful, then we can maybe see some people trying it out and playing it. For sure, I could definitely see myself looking to get into it as well.
Yeah, I had one more fun fact. I was forgetting about this.
Okay, yeah.
Funnily enough, this is a complete coincidence, but at the same time, House, the venue that usually the House Galactic Battles are at, has been nominated in the category of Best Venue for Board Games.
Let's
there you go.
So, maybe some partnership between the two, like both Polish companies.
Exactly, the next House Galactic Battle LAN event, they could have that set up somewhere for
this. Well, this is where
around with. And here's the thing, because you said you would get into this, I was like, I would get into it as well. I looked at some of the prices of from some of the other things. I'm like, no, never mind. I'm not getting into this.
This is
but I will go down.
Right?
But I'm be 100% down to like go to another venue that owns all this stuff and
Yeah.
See, this is where now there's a lot more pressure on Danskik because there's definitely a lot that can be done with an offline event, and I don't know if he's willing to. But if they are willing to like invest when it comes to making the House of Lucky Battle like
Yeah.
more of an event for the people and for the fans, and to get a better idea of the players,
Sorry, Cup,
like
in a way.
it'd be a lot of fun to see some of the StarCraft 2 players playing the StarCraft 2 board game.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and it can be hard just
And they
because
can-
houses are one-day events. But if it expands, like,
I mean,
I do want to
yeah.
believe that
Look-
it'd be fun to create more around the esports event at the venue itself.
I mean, and ironically, I think it would be a really good promotion from like both the event and the company, because maybe they could get like a prototype
Yeah.
of the game, like test it out on streamers. Like you could do a lot like
Yeah.
cross promotion
And-
between the two. So
Yeah.
I really hope they do like get
And-
some kind of partnership.
And even if you don't get the players involved in this, because obviously, maybe they want to focus more on, actually
Mhm.
playing their games out, you can still have the crowd there. I'm sure you can pick out a couple of people who are interested in testing.
Like,
this
get
board
indie
game and
involved,
stuff,
make
so-
it all the
Yeah,
casters.
get indie involved,
Yeah.
get the casters involved, and have that as kind of like not a B-roll, but like a separate second thing to show during breaks.
Yeah, that's the
I
thing
mean,
though.
they
It's
have
that
like figurines on the desk when they're
the-
casting, right?
the initiative
Yeah.
has to be there to like film that, to make that kind of content. And I do think that there's value there to be had. But again, it's going to be on Danskik to see if he takes the
Yeah,
initiative to
Danzig.
go that extra step to make that content and to try to grow that sort of thing. So hopefully we see that in the future.
That's sick.
Also,
Yeah.
Dead's kick.
Also,
Okay.
as Yaku was
Took me a
alluding to
while.
the fact that, like, I mean, miniatures in general are pricey just because they are a physical product and like they're very like artistic and stuff. I would actually be interested in just buying a few, like, as a collectible, just to put on the shelf and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, why not? Like,
Would you?
I'm
paint
not gonna
them
get the
yourself?
entire set because it's probably gonna be a lot of money. But like, I could get like one or two, right?
Would you paint them yourself? Is the question.
I don't know. I actually don't. I think they will be coming unpainted. I know they also do some painted stuff for like RPGs, but I think this will be unpainted probably. So I would have to paint them, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see.
I've
I mean,
never
it,
tried.
it,
You
it sounds
do-
like it does sound like, because they did say that they were releasing the miniatures separate from the game itself, that maybe they would be willing to sell said miniatures separately.
They do
That would
for
be
the other
my
board
hope.
games.
I-
They
I
do
think-
that for the other
Yeah.
board games. I kind of gleamed at that.
Oh, there you
Yeah,
go.
I
There you go.
did look at like did like a quick browse of the other games, and it seems like they sell just miniatures themselves as well. So you can just have a model, just put it together, put it on your shelf if
You-
you want to.
You know what we need to do? We need to all get one of the same miniature and have a painting contest
No,
to see who comes
I
up
don't
with
know if
the,
I don't know if my eyes
with
are
the
ready
most
for Yaku
interesting or
painting.
colorful one.
The next time we see Yaku, your room is gonna be covered in paint. You're gonna be covered in paint, and the miniature is not gonna be covered in any paint at all. Somehow, it's gonna. God,
It's gonna be like
that's
few
how
blobs
that's
somewhere.
gonna end. Yes, exactly. No. But yeah, exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. This is definitely one of those things where it feels like a long time coming. Of course, comparisons between StarCraft and Warhammer have been made for a very long time, and I'm
I
sure
mean,
a lot
they're-
of people have been wanting a miniature game from StarCraft for a long time as well.
Exactly. I mean, people have been wanting a StarCraft like miniature or tabletop game ever since, and this is a thing that exists. The Warcraft tabletop game came out
Yeah.
years and years ago, like decades ago at this point. So
Mhm.
yeah, people have been like, yeah, what about the other Blizzard franchises like StarCraft, Diablo? Like Diablo would be a pretty good tabletop game, I think.
Yeah, there's definitely potential there. There's potential, and this might be the beginning. If it does well, I'm sure maybe Blizzard will be willing to work with the company in the future to make more of these sorts of games, or maybe some of the other IPs. There's potential there, so definitely something to look forward to. Again, don't expect anything anytime soon, just because we did mention the timeline for this is going to take years for the full product to be released, but always something to look forward to.
Yeah, very cool. Very.
Mhm.
Yeah, and overall, just a pretty good sign, or I take it as a good sign that there are other like companies there that do have interest in StarCraft still.
Yeah. Oh, it's also a good sign just because I think we spoke about this earlier when it came to the Microsoft acquisition of Blizzard and how it does take time for them to go through things, to go through all of their IPs, to kind of figure out what they want to do with them, and to, in a way, kind of insert their own people in the hierarchy of Blizzard and get the ball rolling again. I would imagine this is a part of that, in the sense that whether it's creating a deal, making a miniatures set for StarCraft, or even making a deal for like the merchandise plushies and vinyl sets as as well for StarCraft. Like I think this is all like alongside that, where people are actually actively making use of said IP and branching out and reaching out to other partners in their own way. Yeah, it's all good things, I feel like, in the end.
Yeah. Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, there you go. Meanwhile, our next set of news here
100% personally the one who got it all to happen.
Yes, exactly.
He's definitely the one who just,
oh yeah,
made all those phone calls.
But that leads us into our next bit of content here. That is, of course, the TLMC20. The Team Liquid Map Contest 20 results are out. Voting is done, of course. We did speak to that last week. But voting is done, and now we have our top placing finalist, the TLMC20.
Indeed, we do. All of them have been ranked, and of course, we have our top 5 who are getting additional. Our top 5 of whom the creators of these maps are going to be getting some additional prize money from. And I gotta say, Light, it feels very weird to be in agreement with everyone else for once.
Yeah.
As Last Fantasy, the map that I voted my 5-point votes for, came in first.
Let's go. Last Fantasy, the only map in TLMC 20 that has 3-player spawns, did make it as first place. So congratulations to Timmy, with an AY at the end, Timmy, winning first place. Congratulations. Again, part of me does feel like if you wanted a 3-player spawn map, there was only one option, so he did have monopoly of that in the top 16, but clearly the people have spoken, and clearly there's interest in having 3-player spawn maps back in.
Yeah. Will they actually make it into the map pool? I hope so. And that's the whole point and reason why I voted for Last Fantasy in the first place,
True. Not wrong. I would imagine it would. Second place was
there's such overwhelming support for it, right? At this point, they've got
100%.
to.
They ESL.
ESL.
they've got to, right? They've got to add this map to the map pool. I'm sure. Second place was Persephone. I also did vote for this map, and we did see, at least in our experience casting and running tournaments, that this was actually a pretty popular map from the players as well. A lot of players did play very often on Persephone.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's specifically the additional features, i.e. the healing pad and the acceleration zones inside, or if they just really like the layout, because, again, this is a pretty good layout, even if you do remove those features. But, yeah, I can't say I'm too surprised that Persephone made it through. I don't remember if I don't think I voted for it, but yeah, it's not a bad map at all.
I just want to say, last night we had a funny occurrence where Bjan played versus Patches. And they played on Persephone.
On this map, yeah.
I do
on
wonder
the map
if
that he made.
If this is the creator of said map. Patches is like, not a pro player, but like, he's out there. And there was a moment where Patches did use the healing shrine to heal his marines and actually chased away Bjan. There was a moment.
Let's go.
Go on, get.
So shout out to Patches, of course, for making Persephone and getting second place. Third place was Torches by Killer Smile.
This one I think I did vote for.
Yeah. Again, Killer Smile, he had 2 or 3 maps in the top 16. It was this and, of course, Killer's Mile. Torches, of course, is a map that I didn't really get to see much of, I'll be honest, but I'm happy to see that Killer's Mile did get a top placing here.
Yeah. Cool Smile, it's been around for a while and generally a pretty good map maker overall, so I'm glad to see that he was able to place in the top 5 this TLMC and was able to hopefully get the additional encouragement, or, will be encouraged to make more maps in the future.
For sure, 100%. That leads us into fourth place, The Grid by the Music 246. This is a map that we did see during our tournaments.
Yeah, we saw quite a lot. I was just going to say the Music 246, another map maker who's been around for a very, very long time. I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised to see that one of his maps didn't break the top 3 this time, but yeah, top 5, that's usually what we expect from him.
For sure, for sure. Again, the grid has an interesting map layout, is what I will say. I say interesting just because it is very vertical. It's a very vertical map, and we did actually have a little bit of late game or some mid to late game on the grid. But
Solar
my
versus
biggest concern
Beyond,
about it
what I
is,
always remember.
yeah, Solar versus Beyond was on this map. But the rush distance by ground is a little bit short, but it does have a lot of choke points as well, which can elongate the game. Definitely
I
an
mean,
interesting map, and it definitely gives me some vibes of older maps as well. So
yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, there was another map around, I think, 2019 or 2020 that had a little bit of similar layout where it was also
Mhm.
very choky and had a short rush distance by ground, but also that was my 2-1-1 map back in the day because you could just
There you go.
rush a medevac over by air.
Uh-huh.
So yeah,
Yep, there you
I'm
go.
hoping that the grid makes it through into the map pool as well.
Yeah, the grid is definitely an interesting one. And fifth place was Tokamak by Volumen.
Yeah, one that honestly I didn't really have much to say. Another map that I don't think I personally voted for, but yeah, it's a map. It's a map. It's not a bad map at all. So
it's not Steam
I can
City.
see how this made it. I can see how it made it through into the top 5.
Yeah, it's a larger map, more macro map. It does have destructible minerals. There's like hybrid bases, and you can like knock down towers and destroy the minerals and kind of close areas off. But more of a larger macro map, has a large main base, and yeah, again, definitely an interesting map as well. So congratulations to our top 5. I think I can reveal that I did vote for Lost Fantasy and Persephone. I think my other picks were I went for Sandworm. I think I went for Selaganea. And
Okay.
I think Steam
Yep, 5
City.
choices.
I think that's.
Do you remember the
what I went
order?
for. No, I don't remember the order.
I don't remember my order either, except for I voted for Last Fantasy as number 1. 100% I voted for Steam City. I'm pretty sure I voted for
Yeah.
Maganatha as well, and I think I voted for the grid.
Mhm.
And then the last one was either Torches or Kill Switch, because those two,
Mhm.
in my head, I mixed them up a lot. But yeah, if it
Fair
wasn't
enough, fair
Torches, I would have been happy with Kill Switch. And in this case, it's not Kill Switch, but it is Torches. So I'm like, yeah,
Mhm.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Kill Switch, by the way, which got to top 6. So just barely didn't make the cut, but Kill Switch was right there. Followed by Pylon, Diffusion, Killer's Mile, Selaganea, Maganatha, Antimatter, Sandworm, Spirit Crusher, Steam City, and Incorporeal.
I have one thing to say about this top 16th to 6th place. I have one map where I have something to say about. It's a map that I actually liked a lot until Kuro pointed out a detail that I cannot unsee anymore. Salaganella has those tumors with the tentacles, and initially I was like, oh yeah, those are tentacles. Kuro once on a cast pointed out that they look like earthworms, and now I cannot unsee them. And if that makes it through, I'm vetoing that map every single time. I am going to veto that map every single time if it makes it through. Just so
they're just giant
I'm calling you out, Kuro. I cannot unsee that anymore.
But they do look like earthworms.
They look more like tentacles for me initially, but now that you pointed out that they look like earthworms, I cannot unsee them as giant earthworms, and they.
Regardless, congratulations to the top placing maps.
I don't
here
like
of
worms.
the TLMC.
Anyone couldn't guess that.
Of the TLMC20, so congratulations. As was mentioned, this is not confirmation that these are the top maps that are going to be in the next map pool. These are typically just taken into consideration. It is not the first time that we've had a TLMC where the first placing map doesn't make it into the map pool. That has happened before. So again, this isn't 100% certainty that Lost Fantasy would be in, but I would want to believe that it is going to be.
We're going by Eurovision rules, where it's both the fan vote and also the judges' discretion. Well, it's the fan vote, it's the judging vote, and then at the end it's ESL who has the final say, and they can be like, no, screw you guys. Screw you both the judges, and screw both the judges and the fans. We're gonna go with something completely different.
For sure. I think I'm hoping that
I should say
once
fan
again,
vote as well, a community vote.
I think I'm hoping that we do get a full fresh set of 9 maps again.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens if they leave a couple of maps left over.
I wouldn't mind if they did something similar that they did last time, where we maybe have 1 or 2 maps from years gone by, but hopefully there are maps that are a bit more in line with the philosophy that they want to
Yeah,
that they want to, with the play styles that they want to encourage with the map pools, right?
for sure, yeah. As you mentioned, like in general, I'm not opposed to the idea of having an like bringing back some of the
Like
older
a
maps, just
legacy map,
because,
so to speak.
yeah, just because like a lot of work was put into these maps, and they come and go quite quickly. So it'd be a shame if that's the last we saw them in a map pool. So I can get behind the idea of maybe bringing an older map on, but as you said, the a lot of thought and a lot of work has been put into actually vetting and deciding on which old map, just because again we don't want what happened in this map pool when it comes to
Yeah.
whoever the hell decided, specifically
Yeah,
King's Cove of
you know
Missile
this
and Neon
patch
Violet
where we want
Square.
to encourage players to
Yeah,
not
yeah.
be turtly and to have more active playstyles. Let's get three of the most turtly maps from previous map pools into this one.
Yeah. So I'm sure that won't happen this time, but
Yeah.
regardless, we'll see what happens with the eventual upcoming map pool. And again, congratulations to the winners and the placements of the TLMC20. Up next, though, we do have some stats. We have some news here from Pig regarding Pigsty Festival number 5.
Indeed. We have the stats. We have Dayob. He is over there in Seoul, and he's giving us the numbers of what went on in Pigsty Festival number 5, and honestly, very encouraging stuff here. This is basically, yeah, just the viewer statistics, the money, the tips, and the budgets that were raised through viewer tips and viewer donations that are going to go into the next Pigsty, as well as the total number of hours watched, the peak viewership, stuff like that.
Exactly. So, again, Pigsty Festival 5 was fully funded, and additional funding was raised for Pigsty Festival number 6 as well. There was a lot of support for the event. As we can see here, it was 44 hours of the tournament streamed, average viewers of 1,111, peak viewers of almost 4K, total live viewers of 120,000, and 51 or almost 52,000 hours watched. So, a lot of great stats here. It does bode well. This goes in line with what's been happening a lot recently, and that is community support and community funding, whether it comes to Pigsty Festival, KSL, the Wardy TV Monday events, the Monday Night Weekly events, our tournaments as well, with Patreon, with Turtle Tussle. Right now, a lot of the community is stepping up and is helping to fund weekly tournaments, major events like this as well. It is great to see the support from the community, and right now during the off season, that's really been kind of showcased to the max here from all sides.
Yeah. Because, I mean, yeah, right now, this is kind of how we're fueled and how we're going along is through community support. So, yeah, it's good to see that the community is there and is still willing after almost half a year at this point of not knowing what the future is going to be like for StarCraft, competitive StarCraft 2, to see that there is still support coming in.
Yeah, it's really inspiring. It's really inspiring. I missed one as well, the Thermal TV2 circuit that was also fully funded by his community as well. Like it's all kind of like grassroots support for all these events. So definitely good sign. And yeah, it's just really, yeah, I said it before, just really inspiring, really wholesome to see like the StarCraft scene come together for events like this. And yeah, because of that, we're going to be seeing another Pig Fest, I should say, coming in May, confirmed.
Yeah, 6.0 coming up at that point.
Yeah, so 6.0 is going to be in May, so do tune into that. Just like last time, we might be involved ourselves. We were only covering the qualifiers for number 5, so we'll do our best to maybe get involved in the qualifiers for number 6 as well. Otherwise, yeah, shout out to Pig, of course, for organizing this event, Dot as well for helping to manage it as well, and all those others working behind the scenes. So much love, much support here to Pig, and look forward to the next tournament, the next Pigsty.
Yeah.
There you go. Our next bit of news here is going to be Our next bit of news here is going to be the StarCraft Evolution Complete patch 1.14. Now, my question to you, Yaku, before we get into the details of the patch, it's not too heavy when it comes to the changes in the patch notes. There's a bit to go over. Don't get me wrong. But my question to you is, how do you feel about the frequency of the patches? Obviously, there's a lot of work going into StarCraft Evolution, and there's a lot of updates to like the visual of the mod, right, with like new models of units, new models of buildings, but they're also, it feels like updating this game almost on a monthly basis. Like we're getting like monthly like balance patches.
Yeah, with every SCL.
Uh-huh.
You know what? On the one hand, it's a lot to keep up with, but on the other hand, after a while, if you stop keeping up, then you only have to look at the most recent one.
Is that how it works? I don't think that's how. I don't think you look at the most recent one to know what all the changes have been. But okay.
Well,
okay.
It worked for the Cyclone when we're Seal.
True. Sure. Just hope that they keep
up. Yeah, don't keep up for a long time. Come back.
Yeah.
They go back and they revert. Nothing changed.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. It's definitely interesting. Like, I think I would be more okay with more frequent patches if we had more events. I think it feels a little bit weird when SCL, if you remember, at least for the most recent months, it has changed. I will say SCL now is turning back into a bi-weekly, but for the month of like January, February, March, it's been a monthly, right? So there's only like one event, right? Like there's one event per month. And we don't really get to see much more StarCraft Evolution outside of that. We get a couple of show matches here and there. And in more recent times, we have like Kung Fu Cup, right? Kung Fu Cup is now doing SCL or StarCraft Evolution. Now we have the King of the Hill. Now we have the bi-weeklies. So now we are getting more content. But for the first couple of months, like it did feel a little bit odd because I would often feel like we're getting all these changes, but I don't know if I've seen enough to like warrant or even see the impact of these changes in StarCraft Evolution.
Yeah, in the competitive side of things, yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you getting at? But yeah, I guess this makes sense now. Or with all the new tournaments and the events that we're having, it does make a bit more sense. Or it is a bit more the frequency of these events are finally starting to match the frequency of these patches.
For sure. And I think another thing to bear in mind is that I guess because there's no like big kind of structure that you have to go through to actually like approve all these changes and like kind of get everything going and there's nothing really slowing down these changes from occurring. Because of that, you could argue that even if a change is made and if very quickly it is found that it's not really achieving the result that was necessary, they can very easily just switch it back, right? Which is what happened with the BC. A bunch of changes were made to the battlecruiser. I think this was in the December patch.
BC,
yeah, the StarCraft Evolution BC. I think this was in the December patch, where they made a bunch of changes, and then I think before the patch even went live, there was like a hot fix to it, like an adjustment, and they like reverted and they adjusted some of the changes, and they very quickly like changed things up once they had realized that maybe like it wasn't really achieving what they wanted. So like on the one hand, maybe I'm thinking of this like maybe I'm too much in like the Blizzard mindset where I'm like, oh, if they make these changes, like what if like
they make these changes and then revert them too quickly? Like, is there enough testing? Like, do we?
But
we need to let the meta settle a bit.
Yeah, but at the same time, like they can very easily and very quickly like kind of switch things up and revert changes and all that stuff. So yeah, it's just very jarring and just very different to what we're used to. which I in one way I appreciate. I appreciate it as well. Like it's just yeah, it's crazy.
I think so too.
But getting into the changes, first things first, most important thing, Yaku, new model. Extractor.
Yeah. StarCraft 1 Extractor. It looks different from StarCraft 2 Extractor. Very spiky. I like it.
It's very veiny. I don't know, like
veiny and spiky.
If you look at it in game, the veins pulsate.
They pulse.
there's a lot There's a lot of throbbing veins around that extractor. Let me tell you.
Oh,
Oh
putting in
god,
work.
it
They're
is.
extracting the gas.
It's extracting real hard.
Oh
so
yeah,
so
it's
that's
one
shout,
hard extractor. Oh,
yeah.
there
So
with the
shout out to the extractor, the new model. They have a new map previews as well. They have recently adjusted the map pool and they've introduced some newer maps. So they have been working on that. Some new ports of old Brood War maps. There's new NorCal. I'm sure you're familiar with this, of course, but we have been getting some more Spanish interest in this from the Spanish community when it comes to StarCraft Evolution.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like they have made a new locale for Spanish speakers,
Yeah.
European Spanish
European
speakers.
Spanish, yeah.
Hmm.
So the one with the lisp, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, for Vortex. people.
Yeah.
Yeah. As that takes us into our new balance changes and the goals for the patch. The goals for the patch being promote balance across different maps by forcing a consistent economy, mitigate the durability and resilience of Brood War Terran biological armies, enhance
Yep.
Brood War Protoss
Freaking
early
ghost.
defenses, and amplify combat effectiveness for SE2 Protoss units.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, it's been a while since I've really been in kind of the analyst kind of desk of StarCraft Evolution, but I was a little bit surprised that StarCraft 2 Protoss is apparently a little bit weaker right now. Well, but maybe that's just my bias from StarCraft 2 ladder seeping in.
Yeah, I think like this is once again one of those things where I like the amount of information that we have or the amount of data that we have is very limited. It's very limited right now just because data that we have is very limited just because we don't really have a lot of games that are being played, right? Like when I think of like Protoss players in StarCraft Evolution, I think Classic, I think of Skillous, I guess Rebellion, Ateshi, but like the top players are Classic and Skillous, and again they don't play in everything exactly. So, yeah, I'm a little bit less familiar as well with like with the perspective and with what needs help and what doesn't need help, just because I'm not as engrossed as some of these others. As I'm sure they're watching like the ladder, I'm sure they're looking at more at a wider array of games themselves.
Yeah.
To arrive to these conclusions. But the first change is huge. the first change is massive. All mineral nodes and Vespene geysers on all maps, which are not set to custom values, will be initialized to 1,500 minerals and 2,500 gas.
That's standardizing it, first off.
Mhm.
And second off, also reducing it? Or reducing it on most maps by the looks of things?
I believe increasing.
Ah, okay. I misread the percentage, where the percentage is going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically the amount of resources per bases was reduced in Legacy of the Void to incentivize expanding. And it did do so. Because of that, right now the meta and the playstyle in Legacy is to take faster expansions and get into the mid game a little bit faster as well. I think we spoke about this earlier in this broadcast. But it looks like they want to try to elongate the early to mid game and make it more viable for players to stay on a lower base count. So they're going to be increasing the amount of minerals and gas available in all bases. Mainly that'll be effective in your natural and your main base, right?
Yeah, makes sense, especially since some of these maps, especially some of the Brood War maps, were designed with a low base count in mind. So
yes, I think that's the biggest thing, right? I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. Right now, we're playing on a lot of old Brood War maps. I think that's like the majority of the map pool, and they're not necessarily designed to take more bases, right? To get up to 4, 5, 6 bases, not necessarily. So being able to stay on a lower base count here, I think is going to be very beneficial, especially for the SC2 players, just because Brood War players, like their armies are already cheaper, like their armies a little bit more supply efficient. So yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty big change, and it could change a lot about the meta of StarCraft Evolution, actually.
yeah, we'll see.
Mhm.
Already, you kind of mentioned that this will probably affect the StarCraft 2 side of things more so than the Brood War races. I'm just trying to visualize and kind of conceptualize what that would actually look like here.
Yeah. It's like
Get more
you're telling me.
tanks?
You're telling me I can stay on 45 SCVs longer? You're like, you're like, hold up. You're like, I can stay on 2 bases even
Yeah.
longer, mate, and sustain myself. True, yes.
I could get a bigger army because of that.
Oh no. So it is going to be an interesting feature here, and we'll see how the players do adapt to it. I think that's probably the biggest change here of the patch notes. Outside of that, there have been changes made when it comes to concussive attacks. I don't know necessarily which units this applies to. Concussive attacks apparently applies to vultures. I guess it's a type of attack. So that applies to vultures as well. I'm not entirely sure as to which other units, but apparently the damage to shields has been decreased. So now these units are going to be a little bit less effective against Protoss. Wait.
Concussive definition. I'm trying to piece together why the vulture specifically is a concussive. Is labeled as having a concussive attack.
Mm-hmm.
Condition resulting from the stunning, damaging, or shattering... No, wait, that's concussion. I'm looking for concussive. A blow or impact causing or capable of causing a... What? Causing or capable of causing? That's...
I think you're better off checking in Wikipedia for that sort of thing, but sure.
Fix your sentences, Colin. And you're in your dictionary. Okay, StarCraft. Concussive attack. Damage types.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm looking at Brute War. Small, medium, and large. So small, 100% concussive, 100% normal, 50% explosive.
Oh.
Wait. Medium, 50% concussive, 100% normal, 75% explosive. Large, 25% concussive, 100% normal, 100% explosive. Huh?
Interesting. So looks like the damage is spread into different types when an attack is performed. So that's
units which deal. So I guess it's basically kind of like the light and the armor tag in StarCraft 2.
Yeah,
in a more confusing manner. Concussive damage. Units which deal concussive damage are optimized to kill small units. So it's a damage that you take. And wait.
Yeah.
Concussive damage is limited more than any other damage type and is comparatively a rare attack mode. Examples include the Vulture, the Ghost, and the Firebat.
There you go. That's what you needed. That's what you needed. So Vulture, Ghost, and Firebat.
But why is it called concussive damage?
I mean, that's just the verb that they decided to use. But yeah, so those attacks are going to be a little bit weaker against Protoss units. A little bit, not by an overwhelming amount. Yeah. As you can see, it goes from 80% to 75%. But we'll see if it is enough to make, especially in these bigger engagements,
depends on
to make
the
a
type
bigger
and
impact.
Size of the target unit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the unit... Wait. Hang on. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So it's like Zerglings and Zealots only take concussive damage, or...
I don't think that's necessarily the case. And again, this is only regarding to against shields, so bear that in mind. And I do think that this main impact is probably going to be mech versus Protoss. And I know that mech is obviously a very common kind of composition against Protoss in StarCraft Evolution, at least from the Brood War side of things. So I guess that will help Protoss out a little bit more. I would imagine this is slightly more targeted to players like Spirit, to players like Quanta, who are very much so very fond of mech.
Making Goliaths all the time.
True. Or now this is going to impact the Vultures as well. You know, maybe too good. So this is going to be a nerf to that and a buff to Protoss. The next change here is to the medic.
Before moving on, can I just say I am so glad that we scrapped all this in favor of light and armored tags in StarCraft 2. That is so much more simple to understand.
For sure.
You got your light, you got your armor, you got your bio, you got your mech. Well, I guess bio and mech were a thing in Brute War as well.
It's like Steam City, mate. It's like mate, you got your light, you got your
light, you got your armor.
Armored. Yeah.
Figure it out. You got your sub attacks. They're good against armor. They're not good against light. You know, Marauders. They're good against armor. They ain't good against light. All right, but you got your Hellions. They're good against light. They ain't good against armor. All right, figure it
That's it.
out.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Deal with it. Next change here was to the medic. Now, medics, they have been very trendy, very popular, very powerful. I have noticed that covering a lot of Terran gameplay. Looks like the medic is going to be nerfed as a result, at least slightly, when it comes to the HP healed per energy and also the HE, or decrease the HP healed per second as well.
This was absolutely needed, especially with all those 3 racks all-ins that we've seen all the time. From Terran players when they play StarCraft 1 Terran. Yeah, this is absolutely necessary.
For sure. I mean, it has been really cool to see. Really cool to see the strength of the medic and the strength of the Brood Terran armies. But it looks like they are going to be slightly adjusting the medic, and it looks like they have recognized the power of the medic as well. So they're going to try to deal with that.
I mean, I think they really summed it up well in the final paragraph here. To prevent Marines from simply standing and taking damage while just being continuously healed by the medic. Position your Marines, kite. Micro, papi.
Yeah. We have seen a lot of games like that where the bio army just stands there and just takes it all and just kills everything and gets healed up.
Was it Banelings? Nah, I don't care. My medic is already gonna get me back up to full health in the next 2 seconds. I guess it's not even Banelings, right? It's like Queens or stuff like that.
Yeah, even the earlier comment here, it says, we're excited to see the medic find its place in the metagame. We do believe balance is negatively affected by a slight overabundance of medic energy. Moreover, heal restores HP at an excessively fast rate, allowing Stim Marines to survive what should be lethal scenarios, such as 360 surround, worker surrounds, Zergling surrounds, and even standing in one full Size Storm. This leaves many army compositions, especially in the early game, unable to kill Marines by overpowering heal. They must instead try to gradually drain medic energy completely. We have seen some bio armies just tank a storm. They just sit there, man. They don't even care. So this is most likely, I would say, a positive change here.
Nice tingly feling that the Marines feel in that storm.
Exactly.
It's like a sauna rather than anything else. They just they're getting their pores out.
Meanwhile, it looks like another change to the Brood War BC. There have been a lot of changes to the BC over the past couple of months, ever since the start of the year. It looks like they are making another adjustment. They have decreased the HP from 650 to 600, and they've decreased the attack period from 1.175 to 1.125.
What was the original rationale for increasing the BC? It was because they felt that the BC was too niche, right?
Well, they wanted to make up for its immovability, for its lack of mobility, to make it tankier. So they increased the HP and they increased the armor, and they've been slowly winding it back a little bit since then. Yeah,
achieving equilibrium. So you start big and then you slowly start cutting. That's usually the way to go, right? When you're chopping up a cucumber, you chop it big, and then you can dice it. You can slowly get it down, right? Whereas if you dice it small or you cut it small, you can't add it. You can't glue the piece of the cucumber together. So
no, you can't.
Well, I mean, in this case, you kind of can because you can just change the values.
I mean, don't eat glue.
Don't eat glue. Don't eat glue. And also, it won't work because cucumbers, they're wet, they're moist. So.
They are, yeah. Or you could pat them down.
You could pat them down. You could salt them and pickle them.
There you go.
Cucumbers are pickles. Yeah.
Yeah, pickle your cucumbers.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Make them dry. Osmosis.
Up next, we have these Zerg changes. It is a word, yes.
I don't know if I'm using it right, but it's a word. I'm using it.
It's a word, yeah. It's a word. Up next, we have some changes to the Zerg spellcasters. We have a change to the Defiler. Defiler increased plague effect radius from 2.2 to 2.25. Interesting. This change was made to was made to make the effect more accurate to its relative size in Brood War. Okay, so Plague effect is a little bit larger. Up next, we have the Queen. Decrease Ensnare research costs. So Ensnare is going to be cheaper to
Ooh.
research. It's from 100 to 50. Increase Ensnare cast range from 9 to 10. Oh, and increase Ensnare effect radius 2.2 to 2. Mate, that's crazy.
As a
Oh my
reminder for
God.
people unfamiliar, Ensnare is basically the StarCraft 1 fungal.
It is. It is. It does no damage, but it ensnares. Oh my God. I need to read this. Hold on. In a previous patch, the Queen had Ensnare locked behind research at the Queen's Nest in order to restore the similarity to Brood War. Ensnare was already not the easiest ability to use, as StarCraft 2's UI improvements make it easier to dodge skill shot abilities like Ensnare by predicting or reacting to them. Okay. This decreases its effective range, as queens must approach more closely in order to order a guaranteed hit, exposing them to danger and often resulting in their death. These difficulties, combined with the added cost of unlocking Ensnare, resulted in its disappearance from competitive play. In order to encourage the use of Ensnare, we are reducing its research cost. Moreover, rather than directly making Ensnare easy to use by increasing its projectile speed, we are increasing its range. We hope that Zerg players will utilize the increased range, as well as Parasite, to maneuver just outside of New Vision. The effect radius adjustment was made to make that effective more relative to Brood War. This change, everything up until now, I'm like, okay, cool, I'm fine with. This change, I don't know if I'm on board with. I would want to know where this is coming from because go on.
We'll have to see it in action, definitely, but yeah, even the rationale behind it, I'm not sure. If I'm interpreting this correctly, basically it's two things. One, they don't see enough Ensnare in competitive play, but also they want to make it more accurate to how it was in Brood War.
Which I'm fine with. That is specifically for the radius, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that. It's like, hey, we want to increase the radius because it's like that in Brood War. That's okay. When it comes to increasing the Ensnare range, I don't know if I agree with the rationale, but I only say this just because right now, when it comes to top Zerg players in StarCraft Evolution, I think this is the problem, is that right now the pro player base isn't the highest when it comes to Zerg.
Yeah.
I guess similar to SE2, right? I guess
we have Shin.
We got Shin.
We have 3 Point.
We got 3 Point. Yep. There's one more.
Sometimes we have Dark.
Yeah, there it is, Dark. That's
sometimes.
And the problem here, because you're correct, those are the top 3 Zerg players in StarCraft Evolution. Problem is, one, Shin is very he's not the most active. He's not the most active player right now.
He's more on SC2 nowadays, I think.
Yeah. 3 Point in Dark, they are very cheesy. They're very cheesy. They're very aggressive in StarCraft Evolution. They often go for all-ins. We do not get to see much late game out of them. I don't know if the Queen Ensnare research costs and the range and all that stuff and that I don't know if that's necessarily the reason for that. I will say that we have had an insurgence of players from the European region recently. I think Wayne's been playing a lot more Zerg, but it's hard for me to get behind this change specifically, just because on the one hand, I agree we don't get to see the Queen a lot in competitive play, but at the same time we don't get to see a lot of Zerg players in competitive play. Period. Like that's also a problem as well. So I don't know if I agree with the rationale.
But you know
here.
what? Maybe if we buff the Queen, we will get more Zerg players.
True. That's how we get him in, Pappy. That's how we get him in. So I don't know if I'm necessarily on board with this. I mean, this feels like a pretty big buff in my opinion.
Yeah.
This
I mean, that's why True, right? Play Zerg because he likes the Queen.
There you go.
So.
Because if you remember, I think you've seen the Queen before. Like, we've casted Queen usage before, and it's quite effective. Yeah. It's quite good. Like, it's always exciting whenever we see
to just basically lock down key units and isolate them from the rest of the army. Yeah,
for sure. And again, maybe because I'm sure internally, the people that work on this, they see a lot more games on the ladder and in custom games and in show matches and other tournaments. That is where they're able to get that from. At least from covering the StarCraft Evolution League and the Kung Fu Cup. And the show match, the SEL show matches, and the Hispanic show matches. Like, I don't necessarily get that feeling, but maybe I'm just not seeing as much, and there's more going on, and that's where they're getting this information from. So we'll see. We'll see. This is maybe, in my opinion, this is the most contentious change so far. But you know what? We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah. Up next, Protoss. Increased shield battery,
The most
plasma
changes
shields.
here.
Yeah, we have increased shield battery, plasma shields restored per second. Okay, so they are increasing the effectiveness here of the Brood War shield battery.
Yeah, basically making it faster, or making it so that you heal up faster, or you restore your shields faster here when within the radius of a shield battery. So, yeah. Earlier versions of the shield battery were very similar to its implementation in Brood War, but over time, we replaced this rapid manual shield generation with something much slower but more automatic. We designed the shield battery this way in the hopes that Brood War Protoss players would tend to rely on the photon cannon as opposed to the shield battery for their primary static defense, as was the case in Brood War. Unfortunately, the Brood War Protoss players can find it difficult to handle early aggression and harassment. As such, and while we hardly think that these interactions are unwinnable, we do think that they are unfavorable. They don't have enough of a defender's advantage there, so we're increasing the shield battery's regeneration rate to match its StarCraft 2 counterpart. This shield battery continues to retain some of its original identity, as it remains unable to restore the plasma shields of structures. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one. I think we spoke earlier about how 3-point and Dark, they enjoy all-ins a lot. So this is gonna this feels like it leans towards like dealing with that issue, and with Protoss Brood War becoming a little bit more powerful defensively, that may de-incentivize players like Dark and 3-point from going for these all-ins and going for a different approach here in this matchup. I would say that's probably a positive change here. This is also going to impact TVP as well. Something that's interesting about StarCraft Evolution is that we have seen Brood War Protoss players rely more on shield batteries as well. From my understanding, this is a rarity in Brood War. From my understanding, shield batteries weren't used too much in Brood War, but in StarCraft Evolution, it feels like they're used quite a bit more. And that's probably just because of the speed of the StarCraft 2 races. Like, because the StarCraft 2 races are much more mobile, it's harder to keep up with rotations, so you need that psych defense to be able to like keep up as Brood War Protoss.
Definitely.
So
makes sense.
I can see that being a positive change. Meanwhile, the Brood War High Templar, notorious for having an amazing storm effect. Everyone, whenever we cast StarCraft Evolution, everyone's like,
well,
the sound, the visual, the damage that everyone's like, damn, that storm is crazy.
And guess what? It's getting a buff. Specifically, the effects are getting a buff. Extra visuals and sound effects when Storm is cast, but that's not all, because they're also changing things when it comes to the actual casting of Storm. Specifically, if I'm interpreting this correctly, the delay from when you press the button to cast Storm and when the High Templar actually does it is delayed, is decreased slightly, and also the time where it actually takes to stand in place to cast that is also going to be decreased. Actually, the initial thing I said, that's increased. So,
yeah. So now there's going to be when you storm, there's going to be a bit of a delay. There's going to be a bit of a delay when it comes to the storm effect itself. So that
after you cast Storm, you can immediately, not immediately, but almost immediately control the High Templar again, as opposed to previously where you kind of needed the High Templar to stand in place for a second after it casts Storm.
So this will make the High Templar more microable to move away once it storms. Likewise, it also means that the defending player, I believe, will have more time to react to the Storm as well to be able to pull away.
If you see the High Templar moving forward a little bit, that's your cue.
Yes. So it's in a way a nerf and a buff in a sense, where now there's more counterplay available, where the defending player can now split. At the same time, the High Templar now can get the hell out of there a lot faster as well. So there's a bit of a give and take here. I do think this is probably a positive change. The storms being instant was pretty good.
Overall, it is a buff because it's already the best visual effect and sound effect in the game, and now they're adding more to it.
True. There you go. Uh-huh. Up next, we have a change to the Dark Archon.
The best
Okay.
unit in the game,
Let's go.
and quite
Mind
possibly the best unit in any RTS.
Oh, hold
Let's
on.
go.
Mind Control can now grants all resource upgrades pertaining to the stolen unit from the targeted player permanently to the casting player, excluding weapon, armor, and shield upgrades. Interesting. I guess that wasn't the case previously. Mind Control can
Wait.
now target allied units. So this is like, for example, if you Mind Control a Stalker, now it has Blink. Mind Control a Colossus,
Okay,
it has like Extend Double Lance. If you Mind Control a Hellion, it has Blue Flame.
Right. Okay.
Marine has
I was thinking more of like the +1, +2, like the armor and weapons upgrades, but it makes more sense hearing that it is more of the
abilities, right?
ability upgrades. Yeah.
Okay, these changes implement a few details. All right, so, Mind Control now causes stolen units to count towards the casting player supply cap. Oh, okay.
Important.
These changes implement.
So I was gonna say. So I assume that if you are maxed out, you can't mind control anymore.
Or maybe you could, but you just get supply blocked. I guess like heavily supply blocked. You know how?
Well, no, if you're maxed out. So if you're 200.
Yeah. Well, like you know how you know how you can exceed that supply, like you can be like a Zerg player 200, then you morph in a bunch of like drones into like buildings, you make extra units, then you cancel everything, and then you're above supply. I think it would maybe be like that, where you can still mind control, but it exceeds. Oh, well, because you can get supply blocked if you're not maxed out, right?
If you're not maxed
like
out, true. But if you are maxed out, then okay, all right.
I would assume. These changes implement a few details that make mind control feel more similar to how it was in Brood War. Unfortunately, technical limitations means that we cannot currently implement a separate supply cap for each race, so 600 supply armies will not be possible anytime soon. Specifically, that's in reference to in Brood War, if you mind control an enemy unit, it doesn't count to your supply. It is its own separate supply. So technically, you can make a second army with a different race and have two maxed out 200 supply armies, which is crazy.
Mind control a probe, an SCV, a drone. Just like how it works in StarCraft 2, not infested, Neuraling a worker.
So yeah, that isn't quite possible to have separate supplies. It is all going to be merged and combined. They're just reiterating that. Up next, we have changes to the scouts, increase scout anti-ground damage from 9 to 10. So the scout is being buffed here when it comes to its anti-ground attack. Decrease the attack damage bonus versus light from +6 to +5.
Yeah, and the rationale here is to match the base anti-ground damage of Scout with that of the Wraith. So, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, we can get behind that.
That's like one sentence rationale. I mean, that's all it really took. I mean,
yeah.
nobody's gonna be too upset with that, I imagine. So yeah.
Yeah, I think increasing the base anti-ground attack for Scout, I think we can all get behind that. Like the Scout isn't necessarily the most effective unit right now, so we give it a buff.
It's a decent anti-air unit, but
yeah, it is.
It's anti-ground, And sometimes you are, especially for Protoss, right? You are kind of locked in with. If you choose to open Stargate, you're kind of locked in with the Scout for a while, right?
Yeah, you can be. Meanwhile, we have some bug fixes as well, so nicely done. When it comes to the overall patch, I think positive changes here. I think one of the most impactful ones is going to be the economy changes. The economy changes are going to be interesting to see unfold over the next couple of months, because I'm sure it's going to take some time for the players to acclimate and to recognize what they can and can't get away with. That is more of a long-term change to the game. The other big one, of course, is going to be the medevac. The medevac change is going to be very impactful for bio armies, and also the queen change is what I'm most interested in. But again, we'll see if we even get to see any queens, just because of the lower Zerg player base. So we'll keep an eye out for some Zerg. Next time we cast StarCraft Evolution, I'll try to catch a Zerg player. I'll do my best.
You gotta hook them.
Yes. I'll get some bait.
Yeah.
But with that is the final patch notes here for StarCraft Evolution. That leads us into our next big event. That leads us into the StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2 showdown.
Indeed, big show match series that's going to be organized here by Chisuk, featuring mostly, from what I can gather, streamers. Chisuk streamers who are going to be battling out against each other. What I find additionally interesting here is that apparently each of these teams have coaches and they have captains. Team A could be captained by Crank and coached by JYP.
Let's go!
And then Team B is going to be captained by TOP, otherwise known as Top, otherwise known as Kiwion, not to be confused with X Kawaiian, and going to be coached by Nada.
And this, okay, first things first, big announcement here. JYP, he's back. What I mean by that, if you remember, JYP, he was casting GSL for a time, for a long time actually.
Yeah.
In recent
Until
years,
TY stole his job.
He was casting GSL, and then I believe he went to the military. And that was relatively recently, a couple of years ago, and we haven't heard from him since. So this might be, at least from an SE2 perspective, this might be like his first time back, whether it's a player, whether it's a caster, like since his military service. So yeah, he's returned.
Yeah, and I guess seems that way. Yeah.
Yeah, so really cool to see. JYP return. Big fan of JYP. Crank, of course, he's the captain of Team A, so we're a little bit biased, but we're going to be cheering for Team A coming into this 100%. Got to be there for Crank.
Yeah, if we ever get to cast it, which probably not because it's on Chisuk, but
no shot. But I will.
If on the off chance we get, permission, if we get the replays.
Yeah, there might be a chance. For Team B, we have Nada and Top. Nada, of course, he has been kind of like floating around from time to time when it comes to StarCraft. Like, if you remember, he was the coach for GSL versus the World. That was a couple of years ago. He was brought back for that. Outside of that, it sounds like maybe he's streaming currently on Chijik, so really cool to see. Top, aka Kiwian, I will say he is currently casting a lot of StarCraft Evolution, but also playing a lot. And based on what I've seen, at least, I would say he's probably the best player here, to be honest. I think Top is probably the best player individually. Yeah. But what's important is that this is a team event, so it's more than just about the ace player. It's about what all these other streamers can do together. And I guess it comes down to the coaches as well. Like Top and JYP, they're going to have to like lead their boys and lead the charge when it comes to coaching all these other streamers.
I just found out why Team A is called Team A.
Why?
It's the one with all the anime. It's the one with all the anime girls. Because there are links to the Chizuk streams. If you scroll down a little bit of each of these participants and their team, so I was like, okay, who are these people? Yeah, Team A. That's the team with all the anime girls.
It's the anime team.
Yep.
Is that a cat VTuber? God damn it. I don't know if I can cheer for Team A anymore, Papi. I don't know.
It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be, yeah.
There's a cat VTuber, there's an anime girl VTuber, there's another anime girl. It's a team of VTubers. It's just they're all VTubers. They're all VTubers. Every one of them.
Team B only has one VTuber. Or actually, I don't know if they're a VTuber. I just looked at the profile. They might not be a VTuber. They might just be using an anime profile.
Hold on. Real
Ruko
person.
Is what I'm thinking of.
Real person. Real person.
Team B is the team with the real people.
Yeah,
Team B is the team with the real people. It's the VTubers versus the real people.
Versus the real tubers. Let's go. For those who haven't checked, unironically, every member on Team A, outside of Crank and JYP, every member is a VTuber on Team A, and every member on Team B is just like a regular broadcaster.
Wait, let me look at this one. Because one of these members on Team V. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say one of these members on Team A has like a selfie as the profile, but that is a cat.
Yeah.
As I look at the VOD.
It's a VTuber cat.
No,
Yeah, it's a VTuber cat.
No, she's got a few
Nah,
where it's
nah,
like
nah,
just
nah,
chatting where it's her.
Nah. She's faking this. It's VTuber cat.
Oh. So what you're saying is the person is a puppet.
It is. It's like steel mold.
The human is the puppet.
Yes,
It's actually
exactly.
the cat.
So now I don't know if I can cheer for Crank. I'll be honest. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can just get on board with Team VTuber. I don't know. I'm very torn. Why isn't Top with the VTubers? That would make the most sense.
That would make much more sense. Yeah, especially considering his name.
Like Killian is
you know what it is.
Weeb.
You know what it is. They pulled an intervention on Kiwian.
Okay. That's what this is.
You have to captain the real people this time.
Yes. But
None of these waifus.
They're saving Kiwian from the waifus. Oh, God damn it. All right. So, also, yeah, as you mentioned, there's a link to all the streams, and I guess because I was curious about JYP because I just mentioned that he just finished his military. Looks like he hasn't made a Chijik account yet, but I guess he's going to eventually.
Yeah. Oh, that's what the TBA at the end is, right? Because initially I was like, wait, does that mean that JYP isn't confirmed? But no, I guess TBA means his Chizuk channel, the link to his Chizuk channel that I guess doesn't exist yet, will be added soon.
Yeah, I guess he'll make one. So I guess he's gonna make one in the future. So I'm torn. Yeah, I'm very torn about this. I'm looking forward to it, but at the same time I'm not. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here with this show match, and I'm gonna be cheering for Crank, but maybe not.
I want to watch it, but also I don't.
As a note, it's also mixed format. You have both 1v1s and 2v2s.
Oh, okay. And the 2v2s, I assume that's SC2 and SC1 versus SC2 and SC1?
I would assume so, but we'll see what kind of format they bring together.
So
yes, if you want to...
I don't think so, because one of the matches is Crank and JYP versus Nada and Top, and it specifically said that Top and Nada are playing Brood War.
Yeah, so we'll see if they alternate or not, and if they have like a preferred race, we'll see how that all turns out.
I have a question. How old are these streamers? Did they play Brood War? Or have they played Brood War?
These are questions we don't know. We don't know the answer.
We'll find out in the interview. Yeah.
Maybe that's why all the VTubers are playing SE2. Maybe that's why. Maybe because they weren't born for Brood War. It's possible.
Well, I guess that's something that they can ask, right, during the event itself. Like, what is your experience with RTS or with Brood War and stuff like that? So
It makes sense that the real people would be playing Brood War. That does make a lot more sense. God damn it. God damn it. But yeah, so do check it out. This is going to start tomorrow. So it's going to be starting tomorrow, and it's going to be a 3-day event. So do check it out. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun, and I will definitely attempt to tune in myself.
I just saw this. Name card book. That's Casa Park, I believe.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
This, along with Hiki, who is another one of the Onpung, commentators, I believe.
Okay.
Jung In Ho, I believe that's one of the Korean GSL commentators, basically. I could be mistaken.
Back in. You know who I'm missing? The one person I'm missing here, and maybe we'll see him one day. We need to bring back Kanata. Kanata, papi. We need to bring. Kanata, we need to bring him back as a caster, as a player in StarCraft Evolution. Bring him back. I'm looking forward to seeing Crank surround himself with VTubers. God damn it. Up next is going to be our next event. It's going to be the StarCraft Evolution Masters number 2. This is a monthly show match series bringing together 2 players. Last time it was Classic and Ubu Thermal. This time it was Dark and Beyond.
Yeah, this time Dark playing random and off-racing a little bit in the first 2 games, but in the next 5 games, as they did, there's something that's pretty cool. Beyond actually won this would have won this 4-2, but they decided to play out the whole all 7 maps regardless, and yeah, Dark managed to take that last one and make it a 4-3.
Yes, yes. So we'll be getting more into this later on, but this was a bit of a farewell show match. For those that maybe haven't heard, especially over the weekend, Dark did confirm earlier on Saturday that this week's KSL was going to be his last KSL, and he was unable to show. So it was very sad. He wasn't able to show up, but that would have been his last one if he did. And likewise, this show match was created also to kind of bid Dark farewell, because Dark, he did confirm that he was going to the military early April. He did not specify which date in April, but early April is all that we know, and we're gearing up on that in a couple of days. So yeah, this was meant to be a bit of a farewell to Dark, and it was really wholesome. Dark and Bjorn had a lot of banter, and coming into a lot of these games, like they were both kind of like reminiscing about the past and talking about.
I was gonna say, I feel like Bjorn is a very fitting opponent for kind of a farewell match here with Dark. The two of them go way back, and you know, I always point this out. When Bjorn went to the military, he had I think it was a ballistics brawl at the time, or something like that. It was a show match similar to this, obviously not in StarCraft Evolution, as it wasn't a thing back then. But Bjorn, he played against Dark, and yeah, these two are kind of, in my mind, these two are kind of like linked together ever since 2016, ever since the GSL versus SSL cross finals.
Yeah, there's a long history between Dark and Bjorn, right? Like long-time rivals, long-time competitors, and long-time friends. Like they're straight up friends. I remember seeing photos of Dark and Bjorn at Katowice, for example, like, you know, hugging and you know, talking like after the games and stuff like that.
That was the photo you saw. The photo I saw was like Dark very tiredly looking at the camera while Bjorn was like hype up, and it's like, can you believe I had to sit next to this guy all day? Can you believe?
Yeah. So that they're good old friends, and it was really cool to hear from them. I remember when we were casting on Troy, Bjorn, he was even saying like, "Oh, I remember playing on this map when I was competing in Brood War, like in 2008 or something." Like he was telling some stories of back then. He's like, "I remember playing on this map back then. Like, I remember, you know, being young, and like Dark was talking about it as well. Like, again, a lot of these Brood War maps are just older maps from years ago ported over, and yeah, I do recommend it. They were speaking a lot in Korean, so we did have some translators in the chat. I don't think everything was translated though, so check out the VODs. If you know Korean, we would appreciate some translations in the comment section, just to like get a better idea of what they were saying with each other.
You just gave me an existential like crisis when you said like, oh yeah, Bjorn back in 2008 when he was young, he was playing Brood War and stuff like that, and my mind was like, how old is? I was like, oh wait, Dark's 30.
Yeah, so it's Bjorn.
32. I'm like, where? 2008. That was more than 10 years ago at this point. It's like,
yeah,
almost 20 years ago at this point.
long time ago. Again, that's why it was
2008. Very... not kids, or still kind of kids. Wait. People born in 2008, they're like graduating high school now.
But yeah, it was really cool to hear. Both Bjorn and Dark, they were talking about like their Brood War days. They both did compete in Brood War back in the day. They both did compete. They both did play. It's not like they came into StarCraft 2 as a first thing, not by any means.
Yeah, both competed in Brood War, but both also early adopters of StarCraft 2. Both of them ESF players from way back. Bjorn obviously on Xenex, and Dark being on Slayers for a little while.
That he was. So yeah, it was really cool to hear from them. And in the end, of course, Bjorn did win the series. Dark was playing random, so like it wasn't.
Yeah.
So he was having more fun with it more than anything. Like it was just like a more enjoyable event there, and it was great to see, for sure. So I do recommend the VODs. It was covered by everyone, and we were all able to bid Dark farewell. Again, we don't really have specifications as to the day that he's going to be going, just that it is going to be early April, so a little bit more of a vague date there. We might see Dark play in another weekly Open Cup before then. It's possible. We'll see if Dark does play in another event.
I just realized
before it goes.
Does the Korean military make you shave?
I think they do make you cut your hair short. I think we have seen a lot of the players
Because I
when they
was
go to the
gonna
military.
say
Their
it's gonna
hair
be
gets cut
weird
short.
seeing Dark without his goatee anymore.
He might be able to keep that. I don't know. He might be able to keep it. I don't know about facial hair.
I know here you need a religious exemption if you want to keep your facial hair.
Okay. But yeah, with that we have our next event. Our next event is going to be an amateur tournament at the Macedon Open number 90 even. Oh my god, our monthly bronze to 4.7k MMR tournament, which Yaku did play in.
Yeah, I didn't win the raffle this time, but need more rigging. But
True.
I did play in it. I made it past the first round this time, which is something.
Yeah, it was a great event. We were able to feature some players for the first time, like Submariner, as well as Shen, for example, and some regulars as well. We got to see Walk make it to the semifinals. Soothsayer also made it to the semifinals. We had a best of 5 grand finals between Beast and Dizzy Dwarf, went all the way to the ace match. So an intense back and forth. So it was a great event here, and more important,
sweep, I believe. Kuro can probably confirm.
Yeah, it may have been a reverse sweep as well. And this is kind of the first MSO where we are featuring our new map pool, where we have some regular ladder maps, but we're also incorporating 3 TLMC maps: Lost Fantasy, Persephone, and Sandworm.
Yeah, 2 of the 3 were in the top 5 of TLMC, and the last one was just. I mean, that made it through because Light liked the map, so.
True.
That's how it got in there. I would have Sandworm, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have as much influence there.
Thank God. So Sandworm was one of the more popular maps from the players. We might be introducing one more. So we might go up to 4 TLMs. We might get up to 4 TLMC maps.
It's gonna be Maganatha.
Not at all.
It's gonna be. You already said Last Fantasy, so actually
Steam City.
It's gonna be Steam City.
We'll see. But we might add another TLMC map. Regardless, congratulations to Dizzy Dwarf and Beast for getting up to top 2, and shout out to Shen as well for making it as the random participation bonus as well. So congratulations.
I think Seal said that we need to come up with a terminology for this. If it's your first tournament you play in and you win the raffle, it's not quite a royal road, but it's something similar.
Okay, what kind of road?
Lonely road. The only one that I've ever known. Don't know where it goes, but because it's only me. I walk alone.
There you go. So congratulations, and again, this is a monthly tournament, so every single month we do host this event for Masters players. So if you're interested, if you want to compete, then you can sign up for the MSO, and again, this is funded by the community. We actually recently reached a new goal on Patreon to boost the prize pool for MSO, so starting next month, our next MSO is going to be on the main space, no longer on the user space. So we've elevated, we've leveled up.
We're mainstream now.
We are mainstream now. True. Let's go. Just like Lonely Road.
No, it's not Coldplay.
It doesn't matter the name of the song.
It's a Green Day song. Wait.
It's Green Day? Is it American Idiot? Is it?
It's from that album. It's not American Idiot.
Album.
It's
that's
from
the only
album.
Yeah. There you go.
It'll come to me.
I walk the lonely
You know what it is.
I know the song.
That's what it's called. Yeah.
There you go. Great. Big.
So that if you sign up for the first time and you win the raffle, you have won the Boulevard.
There you go. You're
green. The broken dream.
God damn it. All right, next up, we do have Passioncraft Emerging Stars number 9. This is an event, I was about to say, this is not to be confused with the OSC Elite Rising Star event, which does take a couple months to complete. This one finishes up then and there.
It does, but if you win this, you do get seeded into the Emerging Stars, or the Elite Rising Star, sorry, not the Emerging Star. This is called Emerging Stars. If you win it, you get seeded into Elite Stars.
Yes, this is an event for players that are 5.5k MMR and below. And this is a player that I actually casted this morning during the Turtle Tussle. Our Swedish Zerg was our Swedish Protoss player here, coming out on top 3-2 over Iroh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say this was a very unexpected result for me. I don't really know much about this player. Looking at the bracket itself, I would have thought Ledalex or Nighthead are probably the two players who I'm more
Yeah.
familiar with. But Siege?
I don't
Siggy?
know. I was about to. I had the same issue casting this morning. I was like, is it Siggy? Is it Sieg?
Sige?
Is it Sig? Is it Sige? I don't know. I do not know.
Let's go with Sige because it reminds me of Jjigae, like kimchi
Sige?
jjigae. Yeah, we'll go with
Oh,
Sige
Jjigae.
for now because it reminds me of like
Sige.
kimchi jjigae, and I'm
Okay.
hungry.
Like it wouldn't be
Yeah.
Sig because Sig would just be SIG, right? Like
Yeah.
so Sige maybe.
Oh,
Maybe.
at most SIGG,
True.
and none of it is capitalized, so it's not SIGGE. So
Yeah. Regardless, congratulations to our Swedish player here, and again did compete in this morning's event as well, winning in the grand finals. Was a close back and forth between him and Iroh, 3-2. Very well done, very well played, and that means that he has qualified for OC Elite Rising Star number 15.
yeah, the bracket for that I don't think has been created yet, but we are getting our players together for the Elite Rising Star, and it'll be out eventually, and it'll also progress and finish eventually.
Yeah,
It'll conclude eventually.
by the end of 2025.
Bold, but yeah, doable. Hey, that's bold, but also kind of doable. So
Yeah. I want to believe. Let's go. Up next, we have the Flagra Cup number 8. So this is a CIS monthly tournament. Every single month, there is a group stage. There is a playoff bracket. We did go over this last month, but the format has changed. There's a different format this time. Previously, there used to be 2 groups. There used to be 2 groups round robin. Now 1 group. Swiss format instead means that less matches are played. It means that certain players do not play against each other as well, depending on how you perform. And I would say this also does leave room for upsets. Like if you're not going round robin, then yeah, this can mean that depending on your luck, depending on even your first match, things can go south real fast and real quick.
I mean, already looking at this, look at the group stage, I see 1 that sticks out to me, and I see 3 that I see 2 that stick out to me massively, and then I see 2 others that I'm like, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, but I am surprised. The big ones are Nikrak and Nikic not making it through. If this was a previous format, then maybe one or the other wouldn't make it through if they were in the same group. But these are typically players who I would expect to advance through the playoffs. And then the other 2 that kind of surprised me, but also maybe shouldn't as much, are Replicant and Power.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I expected Replicant, Nikrak, Power, and Nikic to make it through 100%. They're all amazing players. But this was not their month. They did struggle here. They did get knocked out. Other players had better performances. And we had a crazy upset as well. I was most surprised by a player that doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, Cygnus from Belarus. He performed very well, taking down Milky Cow, UD Soldier, and Nikrak.
Yeah, very established names there. Only lost to Strange in the group stage. That's impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. I was very caught off guard by Cygnus. From my understanding, he is more of a ladder player. He's just more of a ladder player, but he found himself here in this event and performing really, really well. The other surprise to me was Def Mars. He's not very regular in these tournaments, and he's very cheesy. He's very aggressive, and he made his way through. He was able to take down Eastos, UD Soldier, Vax as well. So really strong performance there out of Def Mars. What was heartbreaking to me, the last round of the group stage was basically qualifying matches, and it was Nikrak versus Milky Cow. Only one of the 2 Terrans. Yeah, only one of the 2 Terrans could make it through. It was a brutal series, and Milky Cow did make it through, barely over Nikrak.
Yeah, it was going to be one or the other, but that's just how it goes, right? With the Swiss formats, as you get towards the later rounds, you're kind of looking at the players who are in the middle. The ones who win from there on out are the ones who are going to be advancing.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. So in the end, we had Strange, Wayne, GG Machine, Sickness, Art, UD Soldier, Milky Cow, and Death Mars making it to the playoffs. With that, we did formulate our playoff bracket. Again, this was a 2-day event. Day 1 was groups, day 2 was the playoffs, and we had some interesting results coming in here as well. Now, we do rate Strange relatively highly. Remember, he was on Mystery Gaming for WTL, and he can be a very tricky player, but mate, I was not expecting the dominance of Strange in the playoffs. Like he popped off.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and it was
Only dropped
not
a
pretty.
single map here to Wayne, which honestly
Mhm.
I would not have expected. I would have favored Wayne in both
100%.
of those series.
Yeah, like Wayne, he's a longtime champion in Fire Grow Cup. You know, players like Wayne, Young Yakov. Young Yakov did not play in this tournament. Neither did Skillus. So after Young Yakov, like Wayne, he's 100%. He's favored. He did make it all the way to the finals. He had a back and forth with GG Machine. GG Machine likewise had a deep run as well through the lower bracket. Honestly, some really solid games were played, but Strange was an animal. Hazard a guess. I mean, it's hard to get. Strange. He whipped out in the finals. He whipped out 4 very unique builds. Some builds that I've never seen before, but they all converged into one thing: Glavedeps.
That was not what I was gonna guess at all. I was gonna guess like
every game,
Colossus? Oh,
someone said this in the chat, which I really loved. It was 50 Shades of Glavedeps, mate. That's what Strange
50
was.
Shades of Glaze, yeah.
Yes, that's what mate. A different build every game, all some variation of Glavedeps, and he adapted the hell out of Wayne. It was disgusting.
Was that also the case in the upper bracket finals when he played against Wayne? Or was it more normal that time?
No, it was also a bunch of all-ins and a bunch of the finals are more strong in my mind, but I think the upper bracket finals as well had some Glavedeps as well. It's crazy. It was crazy. Oh no. So yeah, Strange. He asserted his dominance is what I will say of a Wayne. Like and Wayne he was even trying to play safe as well. He was like trying to play safe. What was crazy? There was one game where Strange he opened up like 2 base glaives. He got scattered, so Wayne got ready for it. So Strange just expanded, but it was a fake third. He never probed it up, and he just was massing up more depths. And Wayne made the mistake of droning. He's like, "Oh, you're expanding. I guess I'm safe." He was not safe. He was never safe.
Third style, where he just built the base to get some extra warpins from there, like Chronos and warpins. Yeah. Also, I gotta say, Strange. What was the term you used? Strange, demonstrating his dominance or whipping out his dominance. Interesting phrase to use there when you're comparing his playstyle to 50 Shades of Glaze. That's
true. Yes.
Yeah.
Like Strange was the dom in that final. That is yes. God.
His style, it's unconventional. Whatever the line is there.
Yeah. It's unconventional. He has his own quirks. He will tie you up and shade you. God.
He will. Wait, what do glaives? They're like it's like fire, right? Is that a thing? Wait, no, we can't. I probably shouldn't ask that. Otherwise, we're gonna get taken down. We're the mature. We're set to mature, right?
Yeah. We got it's just really strong showing. Really strong showing there at Strange in all of his matches. I mean, he's always a quirky player. He always does his own builds. He comes up with his own builds. Comes up with his own play styles.
He's very quirky. He's a little bit weird. He's unconventional. He's a little bit. How should we put this?
Gray.
You know, he's not quite normal. Or
yeah, a little bit unorthodox.
He's unorthodox,
yeah.
A little bit weird, if you will.
Unconventional. Abnormal.
Abnormal, yeah. He's abnormal. Quite odd.
Yeah, he's an odd fellow. He's not a bit of an odd one.
He's eccentric a bit, you know.
Eccentric. Yeah.
Can't think of any other way to describe him.
It's weird.
He's weird. He's very weird.
God. But regardless, GG will play. He
He's
does
unique.
claim the win. Sure, but he does claim the win. Does come out on top here, and again in a very, very dominant fashion. And yeah, I was just getting at, it's one of those things where he often does play his own way, but I think very rarely is he this successful with it. I think that's what caught me the most off guard
Right.
here, is that he was
It's
unhandleable, and no one
Wait.
could handle him.
That actually worked? Like, what?
For sure. So congratulations, Strange is going to be this month's Fire
The-
Cup champion, and I'm sure he'll be here next month to try to reprise that role.
Yeah. I'm sure of it as well. I mean, that's always good to see, right? Where you're not surprised at how they played. You're surprised with the fact that how they played actually worked.
He's a nice villain, I think. He's
Yeah.
for the CIS region. I think he's a nice
He's a
villain.
mad
just
villain,
coming in.
yeah.
Yeah. Just pure adepts.
He
So
used to be a Micah of CIS.
yeah, exactly. I'm sure he has scarred Wayne for quite some time. Good. So best of luck to Wayne and his therapy, as he's gonna have to try to recover from all the glaive adepts. That leads us into our next.
He closes his
event.
eyes, he'll wake up in a cold sweat, and it's like
Yeah.
he'll hear the shade effect, like every time a car passes him on the street, he'll be like,
Yes. Yeah.
Adeptu?
Like he wasn't even playing badly. Like he was walling up, he was walling off. You know, the adepts that would just break down the wall anyway. They just didn't even care. They didn't care, mate. Didn't care. But that leads us into the Legacy Weekly Japan 449
Yeah, and
prospect.
okay, that makes more sense because this is a prospect cup. I was gonna say we see this time and time again. You know, the Legacy Japan Cup. It's been going on for a while, but this time 2 players are missing. But then you brought up that it's a prospect cup, and I'm like, oh right, that's why Vasarvanya and Sayark are missing here.
Yes, for those that are curious, there are 2 variations of the Legacy Weekly. There's like the open variation, open to all, and there's the prospect one, which is limited to players that have not won a Legacy Weekly Japan in like there's like a certain time frame for that sort of thing. So it is more of like a code A, or more of like an amateur variation of Legacy Weekly, which is solid. You know, it's a way to like help out the more amateur scene in the Japanese community. And congratulations to Nisezao for coming out on top.
Yeah, Nisezao, yeah, beating Kazumon in those grand finals. That's from Doraemon, right?
Oh,
No, that's from Doraemon, right? Kazumon, he's like Doraemon's friend.
I have not watched Doraemon before. All I know is Doraemon itself.
There's Kazemon from Digimon. It's like a butterfly lady. No, never mind.
Yeah, she's meant to be an angel, but yes.
She's a butterfly lady, yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Not from
when you're growing up, you follow 2 mons: Pokemon, Digimon, Doraemon. You pick 2. You don't do all 3. Okay. When I was growing up, it was Pokemon and Doraemon. I know a lot of other people did Digimon and Pokemon. A lot of other people do Digimon and Doraemon. Mine was Pokemon and Doraemon.
Okay.
You pick 2 out of 3. You don't do all 3.
Okay. And you still misremember who Kazumon was.
I didn't watch that much Doraemon.
Okay. Fair enough.
You have a Doraemon Happy Meal.
Oh, do you have a plushie?
Years back. Not a plushie, no.
Oh, okay.
It's a spaceship from the spaceship thing.
There
were stickers that I was supposed to put that are like Doraemon and his like 2 friends, his 2 human friends, but I forgot about them, and I think I lost the stickers now.
you lost the one thing that shows that it's actually Doraemon.
It's Doraemon. Otherwise, it's just like plastic.
Lovely. But yeah, congratulations nonetheless to our winner here of Nisezao for winning his Legacy Weekly Japan. That leads us into our next tournament. That leads us into the Chicken King Team League 2025 Spring Qualifier. If you remember, we were going over all the teams and going through the initial matches in the qualifier. I believe at the time only round 1 had completed, but now we have some progression in round 2.
Yeah, the upper bracket round 2 has concluded, and we do have results. We have our 4 teams make it to the upper brackets qualifying rounds, and then our 8 teams going to be duking it out in those lower qualifiers. So I guess we'll jump into the updates. First off, we have Skitty 2 beating Skitty 3, 6-0. Will be advancing to face Elpis Esport Team, who beat Kauda. Kauda, yeah, Kauda 6-0 as well. Unfortunately, it seems like there were a couple of walkovers there, but hey-oh, what can you do? And then meanwhile, we also have Team Protoss the Best beating Team Rookie Warpgate. Make it to that qualifying round facing Toho Project, one of the stronger, I think what we were in agreement, probably the strongest team, or the favorite team in this qualifying round, who beat Skitty. No number after that, just Skitty. The original Skitty Prime, if you will, 4-2.
Let's go. If you remember, we were in agreement that Elpis was the strongest team because they've got like the big lineup, but Toho Project is also one of the favorites that we expect to make it into the main event as well. But yeah, Elpis is the one to beat. Has some hefty names with Nanami, SCV, and Oriana.
Yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with you. I think Elpis is probably going to win their match and will end up qualifying. But I'm not gonna lie, Light. I think it would be really funny if Skitty 2 makes it to the main event and Skitty 1 doesn't.
God. You're an animal. It would be funny, though. It would be funny if one of the sub-teams does better.
Do they get promoted after that? Do they become Skitty Prime?
Oh, do they become Prime? Yeah, Let's go. Let's go.
All right, I'm rooting for you, Skitty 2.
I mean, it's double elimination, so even if they go down here, they'll have another chance.
Yeah.
So
they could face Skitty Prime.
They could fight for dominance. Let's go.
I mean that's nature, right? I'm pretty sure that was in a Pokedex entry, or maybe in one of the mangas. The Skitties, they have to fight each other.
I forgot there's a Skitty 4 as well. I forgot about Skitty 4.
There's Skitty 2, Skitty 3, and Skitty 4. And you know what? There's a very high chance that Skitty 4 and Skitty 3 are going to be facing next week.
There's just so much Skitty. There's two. They've procreated too much.
They have. So many which I think it's. I don't remember if it's Skitty specifically, but it's that meme that goes around all the time. Skitty. You can have it in the daycare with what's it called, Wailord, one of the largest Pokemon in the world, and you'll get an egg.
Okay.
Wailords. They're in the same egg group, basically.
But yeah, we have our updates here, and we'll keep you guys updated. Again, the next event is going to be in 2 days. 2 days is going to be the next round, so we'll keep you updated next week when it comes to the qualified players from the upper bracket. We'll have those updates next time.
So many Skitties. It's like, so I don't remember which game it was. Generation 3, right? Had introduced Skitty.
I want to say yes. I want to say Gen 3. Yeah.
It's like I don't remember which area because I actually didn't play that much of the I didn't play that much of the Hoenn games. I played the shit out of Fire Red and Leaf Green, so I could tell you everything about the remake of Gen 1 in Gen 3, but I couldn't tell you much about Sapphire, Ruby, or Emerald. Okay. So I don't know where the Skitties congregate, but basically they're like Zubats, but in grass, I imagine.
Sure.
I tried to make a story out of it, but I realized that I'm missing all of the pertinent information. So
it's fine.
It fell apart. It fell apart.
That leads us into the Sunrise Cup. Sunrise Cup number 193. Your weekly dose of Chinese StarCraft, where we actually did not have Nanami coming out on top. Nanami went down, and the winner is actually a part of Super Kitty.
Yeah, Skitty Prime as well. Okay, I know this one. Big something yellow.
So, you say that.
Something Huang. I'm pretty sure that last character is Huang, because fun fact, Huang is my Chinese surname. If I get this wrong, my family's coming after me.
I think it's Young. I don't know if it's Huang. Fun fact. if you click on the link, I guess this might be a name change because suddenly this makes sense. That's Silky. Yeah, that's Silky.
That's Silky. All right.
Yeah,
And he's
yeah.
yellow.
He's on.
Pong.
He's on Super
He's big
Kitty.
yellow.
This might be an official name change from, which is weird.
All right, from
name
Silky
change.
to Big Something Yellow.
Hold on, translate. Gonna
Big
Nightcat. Oh,
wait, no, that's
he's
that's
a cat.
Japanese.
He's
that's Japanese.
Oh,
Though.
true,
Wait, that's Japanese.
Wait, are those Japanese letters?
I think so because Japanese like took a lot from Mandarin, right? Originally.
No, as in,
There's
did Silky name change himself to a Japanese word? Is what I'm getting.
I don't think so. I
Okay.
don't think so, but he might have.
But
oh yeah, no, it's Japanese. Oh no, Neko.
Yeah.
Okay, so in my defense, it's a different. It's the same character, but it's a different pronunciation in Japanese.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're
It's
good.
still
You're good.
Huang.
You're good.
In Mandarin,
Exactly.
in Cantonese.
You're
That's
like,
what
guys,
I'm going with. It's
I just
still
tried
Huang.
to read a Japanese word in Cantonese
Okay,
or Mandarin. Fine.
apparently in Japanese it's Neko. Okay.
Yeah.
I
So
did get the big correct though. I did get big correct,
So-
and that's one that I remember because that's one that I was forced to write over and over and over again when I was like 6. Because the first time I messed it up, and I remember my Mandarin teacher was like, "This is like seriously one of the easiest characters. What is wrong with you? Why can't you write? This is one of the easiest. How are you gonna do the more advanced stuff? Well, joke's on you. I didn't do the more advanced stuff. I dropped the
You
subject. So all right.
You don't. You just
Joke's
don't
on
do
you.
it. There you go. But what I was gonna get at here is so we have the infiltration of the VTubers, right, playing for CranKy
Right.
and StarCraft, and now we
Yeah,
have
the kitties.
Silky.
The kitties.
He's no longer Silky. I guess Silky capitulated in the end because remember he did win the show. He did win the match
he
between
did.
the other Silky.
He beat American Silky. Yeah.
He did beat American Silky. Cut to like 5 years later.
He forced
and now
NA Silky into retirement. And now 5 years later, he doesn't even want the name anymore.
He doesn't even want the name. Doesn't even want it. He switches to Nightcat. God damn it.
Big Nightcat.
Big, true. I can't forget
Big
the big.
Nightcat,
You're not
yeah.
wrong. Yeah, he's a big
I
cat.
can write that character very well now.
Yeah? Is that big?
I can write it big. It is big. Ah,
Yeah.
in
There
Mandarin.
you go.
That's what it
There you
is.
go. So this just in, Silky is no longer Silky. He's now a big cat. Nightcat
Yeah,
even,
big
if
Nightcat.
you will.
It's a skinny
Yeah,
cat.
and I mean he joined Super Kitty a while ago, so maybe it's within theme. Maybe as
Maybe
a
it's
part
a
of the
theme,
contract. Yeah, to be a part of the kitty team, he's got to become a cat.
Yeah. We're gonna see his player cam one day, and he'll have like the Razer headset with the kitty ears on.
Speakers
on.
He will just have headbands with the cat ears on, 100%.
Not even the headset, yeah.
Not even the headset. Not even. He's just gonna go full weirdo on us.
Yeah.
God damn it. We lost another one, Yako. We lost another one.
Yeah. I mean, eventually, yeah. I don't think we can win anymore. You know, I think
we can't.
We're
can't
gonna
do
have
it.
to face up. You know, eventually we may be forced to embrace the weebishness. The VTubers.
we're gonna have to either become a VTuber or just put on some cat ears. It's just there's no.
I have
no other way.
been told in the past, people who haven't seen my face, but heard my voice, they thought I was text to speech. Which honestly, I was pretty offended when I heard that. So.
God damn it.
I was pretty offended when they were like, "Is that a robot that's talking?"
Oh,
I'm like,
"Oh no,
you what?"
It's time to go full voice changer VTuber. Oh no, we gotta go full homono.
Yeah, with the maid outfit, what?
well, homono has
I mean, I have
the
an
voice
apron.
changer.
I mean, I have an apron from
he's
like
the voice
years
changer.
gone by. I don't have the maid outfit, but I have an apron
Yeah.
in my closet
There you
somewhere.
We have all the help we need. We have Honmono with the voice changer. We have Smile with the the ways to
With
make
the
a PNG
alpaca,
tuber.
yeah.
True.
And then we have Steel with the P-tubers,
Puppet.
with the puppets.
Yeah.
I'm
P-tuber
not a
Steel.
puppet. You can't puppet me. I got too much.
Okay,
I got too much integrity. I can't be no one's puppet. I can't be strung up.
Imagine if we just like make Steel Mode, take the plushes and just record them like moving, like shaking as they speak, and just
motion.
use that as a VTube model.
Elmo.
Just like
Yeah.
every time we talk, like the
Elmo.
plushes just move.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Not like this.
Elmo thinks you should.
I kinda want to do this now.
But going over the results.
Welcome to...
So
No, that's
congratulations.
Mickey Mouse. Yeah.
Congratulations to Silky. Congratulations to Silky, aka
Silky.
Big Night Cat, does take the win. That suddenly makes more
As
sense.
well
I was about
as
to-
yeah, who beat Wintergord, I believe, in that grand finals.
Nanyu. Yep.
Yeah, Nanyu,
True.
Wintergord. Yeah.
So congratulations. That does take us here to our next event. That leads us into the Super 735.
Yeah. Another one of these Super 7s, and oh boy, not, I mean, again, we've seen it a couple of these in the past where we do have Korean players going up against NA players, EU player, and NA player, but there are a bit of a rarity. Usually when it comes to Super 7s, they do focus on Korea versus Korea. This time, well, we've had Ryung versus Trigger, and I guess the caveat to that is that Trigger, I believe, is still staying in Korea. And this time, Trigger was able to take the 4-2 victory over Ryung. Nicely done here.
Yeah. Big win there for Trigger. Again, if you maybe haven't been watching StarCraft over the past couple of months, this might catch you by surprise. But as you mentioned, we know that Trigger, he's been in Korea for a long time, and he has been improving quite heavily. We haven't seen much from Trigger as of late, as in he's not as active as he used to be when it comes to the Open Cups. Like, he would play in everything. Nowadays, it's like every other event. Like, every other event he shows up. But whatever he does look quite strong in it. I think it was last week where we saw him actually take down, was it either Hero or Max Max? So he took down like a big Protoss player in like the Monday night weeklies. So again, he is a very, very strong competitor nowadays, and he does take down Ryung in a strong series. Big win there for Trigger. Big win.
Yeah. Now we're waiting on the big, like, PVZ result. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to get one pretty soon. The thing that would surprise me more, I think, is him facing a Zerg player in an open
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, mate,
If
to beat a Zerg, he's gonna play a Zerg, mate. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But that does lead us into the Basilisk Big Brain Bounce, a series of weekly show matches here, and this is an exciting return to form. We have a Sal. Sal went up against Baum's Baum, a player that we have covered on our channel in MSO in the past, in years past. We had a special Juanito versus Nikic, Shameless versus Middle VK, and Nickrat versus Geralt.
Okay,
Yo,
hold on.
we-
I have one note
Go ahead.
about Sal, because that may be related to him being in this show match. But the last time I saw his stream, he's still streaming. He's still on the Sabaton, by the way, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
And the reason
he's
why
asleep right now, but
he is now super hard investing into ladder, because one of the last goals in his Sabaton is to actually like reach 5k, I think, or like 5.2, something above like 5k.
there we go.
And he's like, he's never gonna do it. Like, if they reach that goal, he's like never leaving because he cannot do it. So he is now actually hardcore practicing so he can be ever free from the Sabaton.
Let's go. Let's go.
How does the Fear Dragon copy pasta go?
Not.
Which is like, Sal, why does he keep arguing with Chad over mouse brands and losing or something like that? I don't remember how how it goes, something like that. Yeah, no, yeah, that's cool to hear. That's cool to hear that Upper Tree is really investing in really hardcore practicing, and yeah, also not just grinding out ladder games, and also playing in a bit more of a competitive setting here in the Big Brain Spouts. So yeah, very cool to hear.
And he does take down his opponent at 3-1, so big win there for Sal, as this might be the beginning of something greater here for Upper Tree, so really well done.
Are we ready for what we've unleashed on the world, though? By putting that sub goal towards the end, are we ready for 5k Sal? That's what I want to know.
No one's ready. No one's ready for 5K. So once he breaks through, he will not stop. He will not stop. Look forward to it. Meanwhile, we did have Special versus Nikic. This is a great
Yeah,
return from
and
Juanito. If you recall, Special, he has been playing in a few more events, and I was curious if he was going to play in more. He did return for the HSL, for the Hispanic Star League, and we were curious to see if that would reinvigorate him. Special did play in last week's Open Cup. I think it was the Pikasaur Monday. Now suddenly he's here in some show matches as well.
indeed, he beats Nikic 3-0 as well, which, maybe a couple of years ago this wouldn't be that surprising, but considering how inactive Special has been, I felt like it would be more up in the air. Nikic has been doing decently, pretty well in these past couple of months, but looks like Special does still have it in him to take a very, very strong TVZ. I gotta say, we talk a lot about Sola's redemption arc. I feel an arc coming up here for Special if he keeps this up.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, right? Because Special, he's been retired for a long time. Oh, I say retired, like he stepped away and stopped competing. Last time he competed was last year in July, which was around Esports World
And even
Cup.
then, that was
So,
that was like a semi-serious effort from Special.
yeah, so he's been very inactive since EWC. But because of HSL, he's back. He's playing in HSL. He's playing in this. He's playing in this week's Pikasaur Monday, which we will get to as well. So it's great to see Special's return from retirement in a sense. And it looks like he's investing quite a bit of time to actually improving. Like he's not just playing in HSL just to play on it and kind of half-ass it and just there to like collect a paycheck. Like clearly he is practicing. He's practicing. He's investing time once again into StarCraft. Looks like he wants to be in form for HSL. And based on this results, I even want to say he's gonna be. He might even be favored to win it. I still favor Cham over Special, but based on this form, hey, it's gonna be a bag.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? How long it really takes Special to get back into his old form, where he wasn't quite championship level, but he was cutting it very, very close, very consistently making it to semifinals, a couple of times making it to finals, right? So, yeah, we'll definitely see here from Special.
Yeah, this bodes well, right? This bodes well for Special's form, so we are waiting to see more of this. Meanwhile, we have PvP, Shameless versus Middle VK, went away with Shameless, which we expect, but a shout to Middle VK for taking a map, as he does fight back in this show match.
Indeed, he does. I mean, Shameless, obviously, he's just coming off of his Fire Grow Cup championship, so he's still very much an animal for this big brain bout, if I have my timeline correct anyway. Which I believe I do.
Shameless, not to be confused with Strange. Not to be.
I have my timeline correct. I have my names wrong. It's always one or the other. It's always one or the other. Okay.
Different Protoss, different Protoss.
It's the CIS Protoss players, man.
No.
Shameless, he's a bit of an animal himself, so.
They all look the same. He is shameless. He is shameless.
He is quite shameless, yeah.
He is. That leads us into the main event, which was between Geralt and Nicorette. I do rate them quite close to each other here, and there was a back and forth, but a little bit more in favor of Geralt, as it does win it all 3-1.
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting something a lot closer, but Nicorette, I think we're both kind of in agreement. It's right now his weakest matchup is probably TVP.
I would actually, I would
TVZ?
say.
I don't remember what our
TVZ.
consensus was. Okay.
Yeah, TVZ. I'd say TVP is actually quite strong and does cause some upsets, but at the same time, like here, we're featuring a different map pool. I don't know how familiar he is with Hellscape, for example. And likewise, Geralt has also been looking very strong as of late. Like Geralt, he's been also improving and also been leveling up. They've both been kind of on that rate of progression, getting stronger and stronger in the European region. This week, this event, it is going to go in the way of Geralt, so GG, very well done. And congratulations to all of our winners this week in Big Brain Bouts.
Yeah, congratulations once again to Upper Tree, Sal, Homemade Sal, Special, Shameless, not to be confused with Strange, and Geralt.
There we go. And that wraps up our more regionals and show matches. That leads us into our open tournaments, our open cups. That leads us into this week's KSL number 71.
Indeed, we do. And obviously, I have something to say about the champion here. I mean, shout out to Hero, after I feel like he had a bit of a disappointing week last week, is able to redeem himself a little bit and is able to take a championship, is able to win a finals here, but also Funara the Seething, because why do we have all Protoss on one side and all Terran on the other?
Look, they just wanted to make sure it wasn't a PvP finals, okay? They
All right, okay. All
They
right, we're
wanted
fighting
to-
for PvP semifinals and PvP quarterfinals and TVT semi and quarter, but it's always the final, isn't that? Okay.
Exactly. So shout out to the admins for making sure that it wasn't PvP all the way. But yes, as you were saying, there was more of like a Protoss side and a Terran side of the bracket. There was one more amateur Zerg player that did sign up, so big shout out to them. If you recall, this was supposed to be Dark's final KSL, but unfortunately, Dark, he wasn't able to check in. He wasn't able to show up for this, so there was no Dark, no Shin, no Solo, just purely Protoss and Terran. And from here, Bjorn had a really good performance. A lot of really close matches. Like Bjorn went to the ace match against Creator, went to the ace match against Cure. Both those matches could have gone either way, and he had a good showing here against Hero as well. Hero coming as a favorite, but solid result.
So what you're saying is we could have had a PvP finals if Creator just snatched out the victory against Bjorn and then won against Cure. We could still have PvP, yeah?
We could have. We could have. Really, what you're saying is that they should have switched Bunny and Creator. Really.
Exactly.
I was gonna say, Bunny could have still won in the upper bracket as well.
Yeah. We need to switch them to just secure everything. No. So, congratulations to Hero. Again, he has won... Has he won every KSL this year? I know there's a crazy stat like that. Hold
70 won by Hero, 69 won by Hero, 68 won by Hero, 67 won by Hero.
Yep.
There we go.
Everyone. Like Hero, he has won 100% of the KSLs in 2025. Again, he is the favorite player every single time he signs up for this. He's the. I think we 5 in a row agreed on this.
K5L.
I think we agreed on this last week, but currently I think we'd go as far as to say that Hero is the best player in Korea right now. He's just straight up the best player in Korea. He's looking on point. He's looking on fire. So whenever he shows up, it's like, can anyone stop him? And very rarely does it happen. Or it's never happened in KSL this year. just hasn't happened. Speaking of Terran and Protoss, that leads us into our next event. That leads us into the Sparkling Tunic Cup number 85, our own open weekly tournament here. Also featuring a plethora of Terran and Protoss. To be fair, Solar did sign up, did check in. But when the event started, Solar, he did let me know that unfortunately, he was unable to play. He otherwise had something else come up. I don't know what, but some personal matter came up.
Same thing that Dark had that day.
True. It was
the Zerg players. They had a secret meeting.
It was the Protoss cabal. They had intercepted Dark, and then they had taken out Solar. Oh no. But alas, as a result, we had mainly Terrans and Protosses, but some big names here, and Bunny played in our tournament for the first time.
Yeah, walked that royal road, Bunny did.
Oh yeah. Did
only one that he had. No, that's wrong. He did walk it, and he did get the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I was about to say that the finals were not looking good for Bunny, by the way. The finals were not looking like Skillus. He was on fire. Skillus, he just took down Geralt. He just took down Bjorn. Skillus took down Bjorn in the semis. He was looking solid. He was up 2-0 versus Bunny. And then maybe the nerves got to him. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence. Game 3, Skillus did open Stargate, and he got punished for it. He got broken the hell out.
It also looked a little bit like Bunny had adapted at that point.
Yeah, definitely a little bit there, a little bit. As Skillus, who was punished for his Stargate play on Amygdala. I want to say something similar happened on Lost Fantasy as well. Lost Fantasy is a bit of a quirkier match, to be fair.
I remember this because I didn't watch a full series. I wasn't able to watch a full series, but I watched Ley Lines, and that was an incredibly close game. That brought us all the way to the ace match. And I remember Last Fantasy, it was like Skillus kind of pushed out in the middle of the map, I guess, because he wanted to get map control, but by doing so, he got caught by he had a double drop of Bunny. He had his Colossus exposed, which immediately got sniped by Bunny's Marine Marauder. And I was like, "Oh, this is how it's gonna end, huh?" And then, that's how it ended. It's a little bit anticlimactic of a finale.
I would agree. Last Fantasy was a little bit anticlimactic, right? Because it ended more abruptly. There was less of a back and forth. As you said, Ley Lines was very close and very clutch, very intense between Bunny and Skillus, and in general, it made for a good finals. Both very close in skill. I can see a world where Skillus could have taken it, but Bunny, he had to walk that royal road. He had to walk it.
Yeah. It was just his day, you know?
Oh, yeah. So GG will play Bunny for the first time, Sparkling Nintendo Cup champion. So congratulations here to Bunny as he took down, he took down Nickrecht, Creator, Hackers Top, and Skillus to do so. That leads us into the WarDTV Monday number 28.
Yes, back to our regularly scheduled TVP finals. As last week we had a couple of quirks thrown into the mix, but this time we're back at it. Clem versus MaxFax in the grand finals. This time taken by Clem, who had beaten Sola beforehand, and MaxFax beating Hero beforehand in the in those semis.
Yeah, there we go. Again, it's been a while since we've seen Clem versus MaxFax in the finals. As you mentioned, Hero has been on a crazy streak, Solar as well last week. So we haven't had these two pair off in a while, but they do make their return here, almost back to form, back to regular StarCraft in modern day with Clem and MaxFax. We did have some crazy results though. We had Solar and Clem go to the ace match. We had a bit of a back and forth between the two of them. More importantly, Geralt forced MaxFax to the ace match in the round 16. Bjorn as well. There was some pretty intense matches ahead of time there in the early rounds for MaxFax. It was not an easy road to the finals.
No, it was not. By that point though, it does look a little bit that by the time he reached the semifinals, though, he'd already warmed up on his TVP after Geralt, as, I would not have expected Geralt and Bjorn to be the ones to take MaxFax to the ace match and not Hero.
Oh yeah, MaxFax versus Hero, that semifinals, we were fortunate enough to cast it, was very short. It was very short, very intense.
It's Hero, so yeah. I can imagine what went on there.
Game 1 was Phoenix Wars. It was Phoenix Wars, and Hero did mess up for a moment there, and he did lose his Phoenix advantage, and things went south real fast and real quick. Persephone, also a very intense game as well, just really fast matches, really intense back and forth, or really just in the way of MaxFax. And then, of course, Clem wins it all.
Yeah. GG, nicely done there.
GG, well played. That takes us into that evening, into the Monday Night Weeklies number 10, into our weekly European tournament.
Yeah, which already, I'm looking at the results here. Hero doesn't often play in these Monday Night Weeklies, does he? But this week he did decide to stay up a little bit longer, and yeah, it was worth it, as he actually won it for, I believe, the first time.
He's won it a couple of times. He's been full Degen for a couple of weeks now. Specifically, it's Hero, Bjorn, and Solar. Those are the three that regularly stay up and play. Sometimes you get a Bunny, sometimes a Cure, but Hero, Solar, and Bjorn, they go full Degen. It's crazy.
I guess that was this brief period of 2 weeks where Hero wasn't playing in the Monday Night Weekly. And I was yes, Hero. He's not a Degen anymore. Nope.
Nah. Still Degen.
It always will be a Degen.
Yeah, but a big win, right? A big win. Hero, he 2-0's Clem. He 2-0's Clem in the upper match, and then we had a back and forth between Hero and Clem in the grand finals, where Clem 2-0'd and then Hero 2-0'd again. So Hero, he does barely come out on top. More importantly, when it comes to some of these big results here, we had MaxFax. MaxFax did go down to Skillus in the upper bracket quarterfinals, so big win there for Skillus. MaxFax, he was able to try to fight back here, took down Gabe, took down Nickrecht, but Bjorn did actually finish MaxFax off in the lower brackets.
That he did. Oh boy.
Yes, so we don't get the rematch of Clem versus MaxFax later on in the evening, but it's just something about these European weeklies over the past month, maybe 2 months. A lot of the Koreans have been a lot more active and aggressive, in these European weeklies. Again, part of me. They've just been going full Degen. Last week it was Bjorn in the finals. Week before that it was Solar and Hero. Week before that it was Clem and MaxFax before Hero again. So yeah, they've been quite active here and quite successful, which has been surprising. They're acclimating to the Degen.
they're
For better or
acclimating
for
into
worse.
it, and they're adopting it.
Uh-huh.
If they weren't already born in it. I also see a little bit of results here. It looks like Solar had to forfeit as well this time. And
Mm.
here's the question: do we think that it's because of the Protoss Cabal, or do we think that's because he heard that was no longer a Zerg bounty?
True. Good you brought that up. Yes, there is no longer a Zerg bounty, and maybe he found out then and there, and then he tapped out. It's
And
like,
says,
I'm not
what,
going to earn
what
any
the hell
money.
am I still? What the hell am I staying up for?
True.
I might as well go to bench.
True. So made the judgment call to go to sleep to wake up in the morning to play in PondCast Monday, potentially. Speaking of, leads us into our next event. That was that morning, the PondCast Monday, where, never mind,
Where
no
Solar did not play, yeah.
No Solar in this bracket. But MaxPax did stay up all night. So did Hero, kind of. We were covering this event, and Hero unfortunately was unavailable. So Hero, he played in the first round, and in the next round, we were all messaging him. We were like pinging him on Discord and messaging him.
Fell
And
asleep at his desk.
pretty much,
Then
he
and
did
there,
show
yeah.
up. He did show up after, but it was too late. Like by the time he showed up, he was like, "Guys, I made it." It's like,
Did you
you know,
know?
it's been like 25 minutes. And we already have Geralt and Bjorn starting up, so it was really unfortunate. And here he was very understanding. He was like, "It's okay, guys. It was my fault. It's like, next time. So, unfortunately, there was a walkover there. But Geralt popped off because in that walkover,
yeah.
Geralt with that hidden power, he 2-0s Bjorn, mate. He pops off.
Yeah, makes it all the way to the grand finals where he faces MaxPax.
Yeah, and MaxPax didn't have an easy road either. We spoke about the return of Special. Do you see what I see? Juanito in the quarterfinals,
boy.
forcing MaxPax to the ace match. Not bad.
Not bad at all. If you had told me that Juanito, of all players, was going to be the one to really give MaxPax some run for his money in this bracket, I would not have believed you one bit.
Yeah, 100%. So that is, once again, bodes well to the return of Special. I don't think we have seen enough to really confirmly say, like, okay, Special is like looking like at 100%, like he's 100% back. We've only seen a couple of matches here and there. They've been impressive, right? Like this ace match against MaxPax or a series against Nikic, but I look forward to seeing more. Special.
Yeah, I agree.
With that, MaxPax did take down Cure and did win the event in the end, 3-0 versus Geralt. A very impressive performance there by MaxPax. I know that Geralt, he was very happy to go to sleep after that. He was, he was like, guys, I usually don't survive this long in this tournament. I just want to go to bed. So thankfully,
I'm not as degen as you.
Exactly.
He hasn't acclimated to the degen yet.
He'll get there. And that leads us into the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 30, the final Open Cup of the week.
Yeah, and you know
which was
what?
this
From
this
Nara
morning.
admins again, because I see a TVT site, which I'm going to assume you strategically avoided.
I swear
For
I
the
didn't
cast.
do it on purpose.
Yes. Why is Migs? Why is Vindicta on the wrong side? He should be where Mute is, really. He should.
Yeah.
Look,
Unironically.
Hyperone was trying to convince me to put Vindicta together with Von Mono so we can have all of the Terrans there.
Yes.
Oh,
the Terrans.
You know, they want everybody on Steam. Well, you know.
But again, in the first round, Kuro alluded to earlier, we have Beyond versus Patches. Beyond versus Patches did face off in the first round. Likewise, we also did have Beyond having a deep run himself in all those TBTs all the way to the finals. Jimmy, he popped off, taking down Vindicta, taking down Miguelito, takes down 3-Point. 3-Point had a very surprising result. He actually eliminated Geralt from the tournament. Big win there for 3-Point. Did go down in the semis, but good result nonetheless.
Yeah. Translating some of that SCL into SC2.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there was a lot of cheese, a lot of aggression. I think he 12 pulled Jumi in game 1. He like 12 pulled drone pulled, and then he like 14 pulled in game 2. So just hyper aggression. And Jimmy went up against Beyond in the finals. What I will say, the finals are 3-0, but game 1 was crazy. I thought Bjorn was dead like 3 different times. If you are tuning into this, if you did not watch that series, I recommend the VODs, at least game 1. Game 1 was crazy. It was on El Dorado. Jimmy, he rushed into the center goal base as his third. And he got away with it. He went for a charge all in. So as Jimmy took the center base in El Dorado, the southern center goal base, Bjorn, he saw it. He takes the third right next to him. He expands right next. So we have just non-stop fighting going on in between the third base and the goal base. And Jimmy breaks Bjorn. He broke Bjorn. He broke the third base, pushing into the natural, was breaking him there as well. Like Bjorn somehow barely held. It was crazy. It was a crazy back and forth. Game 1 was a highlight of the tournament.
It's one of those things, right, where it's, you may have broken my back, but you haven't broken my legs. Or some other analogy that makes more sense.
He cut off his arms, cut off his legs, but he was that stump on the ground, and hey, he fought back. He could bite.
Yeah.
He bought it.
Should have broken my teeth.
Hit his shins. Exactly. So it was honestly really good. It was really solid. I do recommend it. So do check out the VODs of Bjorn versus Jimmy. In the end, Bjorn did take the win. Does take the win in the end. So congratulations to Bjorn, and that wraps up our Open Cups.
Indeed, we do. And now we only have a couple more results to go over. Not from Open Cups this time, but rather from kind of group stages. First one starting with the Wardy TV Boomer Bash.
Oh, yes. The Boomer Bash has been progressing. Actually, Group C is currently live, so we'll be getting into Group C later. If you remember, last week, Yako, I think only Group A was, I don't think it was played, but it was
It was the only one confirmed,
No,
or
actually,
yes.
seeded.
last week we only had qualifier number 1 played. This week we had qualifier number 2, and Group A was already announced.
Yeah, that's what we were
that's
saying.
what it
So
was.
Group A was announced, and was the only one that was
I
announced.
think we were
But
half right.
yeah, when it comes to the players, yeah.
Because we both picked
Okay.
2 different players, and one from each.
Yeah, Scarlett and Diego. They make it out of Group A. At the time, Group B, C, and D were not confirmed as to the players involved, and now we have a better idea. Group B was Showtime, Bjorn, Gumiho, and Harstem.
Yeah. Showtime obviously making it through undefeated, actually, which is very impressive here from Showtime. Bjorn going to be edging it out over Gumiho to take that second slot. Gumiho and Harstem, unfortunately, going to be eliminated from the bash.
It was round robin. My apologies. So round robin group stage, They all played against each other here. Harstem had a bit of a harder result here, but I mean, it's honestly a really tough group. Really tough group.
Really tough group, and also, you're getting up there in age, things slow down. I say this as Harstem is actually like the youngest one in the group.
I was also gonna say, this is a Boomer Bash, mate. It's all about the old boys, mate. It's all about the old men facing off with their canes. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Shake fist.
So in the end, Bjorn and Showtime did make it through, and now we have Group C and Group D remaining here, and Group C is currently underway, but we do have some time to get into those predictions. Now, Group C already has some results, so it could sway us a little bit, but it's going to be Cure, Hero, Solar, and Ryung. That is a hefty group, mate. That's crazy.
I didn't refresh, so it's still fresh to me. Still 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So, yeah.
Nice.
I'm not going to refresh yet, because I want to be unbiased in my prediction.
Yeah, but I would say this is the group of death. Like, when it comes to like modern meta in StarCraft, like this is the terrifying.
I mean,
group.
Hero, as you pointed out, is the best Korean player out there right now. Solar, arguably the best Korean Zerg player out there right now, and they have Cure and Ryung, who are pretty strong in their own rights. Both of them are pretty strong monsters. Ryung, kind of being the coach of Maru in many ways. So, yeah, this is a very strong group, and I want to say as well, Solar just barely making it into this group, just barely eligible. If he was born a couple of months later, or if he was born 1 year later, he would have been ineligible.
Oh, he's the baby of the group. He's the baby.
He's the baby. Which is why I think my prediction has to be Solar and Ryung, because we have the oldest in this group and the youngest in this group.
Okay,
in fact, I think Ryung is actually the oldest player in the bash.
Yeah, the two polar opposites here. You got the young, you got the old coming in together.
No, TLO is a bit older than Ryung.
True. Yeah. Let's not forget about Ome TLO Dario. Not wrong.
But of the players remaining, Ryung is the oldest.
Yeah. So you're going for Solar Ryung. I'm gonna go. I'm all aboard the Solar Redemption arc. So I'm gonna go
Yeah?
Hero Solar. That's I'm locking down
Okay.
Hero and Solar to make it through. But we'll see. So best of luck to our players in Group C. Group D also announced we have a
I call
Mana.
it both. I call it both. Like, yeah, no, Cure. He ain't making it out.
The last time we were both in agreement that a player wouldn't make it through, Shin he had a deep run. If you
Shin
remember.
took that personally. Yeah,
he did.
He took that
Shin.
personally, and he just bopped everyone in his group, I should say.
Yeah, Shin, he popped off in that group stage. So maybe we're like cursing or we're blessing Cure here. You know, we're blessing him to win by not saying that he's gonna make it through.
Yeah. By the way,
thankful we have no.
Yeah.
He should be thankful we have no faith.
He should. Yeah. Our faith is dangerous. Our faith is painful. And so apparently Kuro saying that Ryung, as we all know, Ryung, he was the Axiom artist back in the day. He would very often do MS Paint drawings of his teammates, and even Tone Biscuit, the CEO of the team itself. And that's probably where I got it from a little bit. That's probably where my interest in MS Paint went a little bit. Apparently Ryung did make a graphic for his group in the Wardy Boomer Bash. And I'm not sure if,
I don't think Ryung has done it. I think it's just like his fans that are memeing in his Discord.
That makes more. That also makes sense.
I hope that you're showing this on stream, Kurt, because it looks the graphic for the group looks amazing.
It looks
like
better
Solar...
than a Luli Cup group graphic.
It does. So they should hire Ryung's graphic guy for the League Cup. Yeah? To be honest, like this looks too good. We got Solar, Cure, Hero, and Ryung all in there.
You know who's the one who looks the most different somehow? It's Hero. Hero somehow Solar kind of looks like Solar still. Cure kind of still looks like Cure. Ryung, I'm not convinced that the hair is different, but I'm not convinced that anything in the face changed.
There's no Photoshop yet.
Hero's the one who looks the most radically different here.
Oh no.
It might just be because Hero usually, he's got a smooth face right now, and this one's got a lot of creases in it.
So shout out to Ryung and shout out to the people working on those thumbnails. Look amazing, by the way. They look really good. I approve of the thumbnails. But we do have Group D, the final group here in the Boomer Bash. We have Mana, Classic, Lambo.
I have a question for the other thumbnail. Is that DRG's body?
That is DRG.
That is DRG's face.
So.
That was like photoshopped or was aged up a bit. Is that his body?
Yeah.
Because it kind of looks like his face. Like somebody took DRG's face, aged it up, and then put it onto a random body.
I think I've seen him in that show before.
I'm pretty sure I've seen him in that pose specifically.
Yeah.
For like a GSL or something when he was teamless.
It's because they also photoshopped like his neck area. Like that's also photoshopped. Like that's
it is.
So it makes it look like he's attached to something that's not there.
You know what that thumbnail reminds me of actually? Metal Gear Solid. Ryung as Old Man Snake.
No.
Or is it DRG as Old Man Snake? Look, I didn't have PlayStation. I wasn't a PlayStation kid, so I was never into Metal Gear.
So good. Alright, yeah, cool. Final predictions. Group D. What do you got?
Alright, Group D. Okay, who is the oldest? Who are the eldest? Oh, actually, Classic is around the same age as Ryung, isn't he?
Let's find out here. So Mana is 31, Classic is 33, Lambo is 29, and Bonnie is 29.
Yeah. So we got some youngins coming in here with some of the oldins. You know, Mana may not be the oldest in this group, but he is the one who has hit midlife before the rest. So I feel like Mana is the most boom, at least in spirit. Mana is the most boomer out of all of them. But at the same time, it's like Classic. It's hard to cheer against Classic, and also he is the oldest here. I feel like Lambo I'm honestly surprised at his age. I would have thought that, oh yeah, Lambo doesn't belong in this tournament. He's young. No, apparently he is not quite as old as Sola, or not quite as young. He's actually older than Sola, is what I'm trying to get at. Which does not compute in my mind, but okay, apparently,
He's an old man.
Yeah. Okay, apparently Lambo does belong here, but just barely, which is why I think he is. It's the opposite where I'm like, Sola just barely made the eligibility, so that's why I think Sola will make it through. Lambo just barely made the eligibility, so that's why I think he's not going to make it through.
Okay. I still think they should have cut this off at 30, by the way. I still think he should have been 30 years old. But it's fine. It's fine. Whatever.
It's fine. All right.
Let
Get these, what are they called? Z-lennials, as they call them?
Yeah. That's what they call them?
The Z-lennials, yeah. The oldest. Because the thing is, like, people are saying that Zoomer... 16 is too much. 16 is too big of, like, a time frame when it comes to Zoomers specifically. We gotta cut it up. Because, traditionally, you have 16 is, like, the generational... like time frame difference. No, for Zoomers, you gotta cut that up. You gotta cut that in two.
That sounds like people.
You have to have the Z-lennials and the Zalphas.
That sounds like the
you have the Z-lennials and the Zalphas.
No, I refuse to accept.
Yeah, the Zalphas, which
I think no one is.
You have the
Zalphas no one is saying
and
that.
the Z-lennials, which I gotta say, I have a cousin born 2006. I feel like she is more in that alpha, that Gen Alpha kind of whatchamacallit side of the Zoomers.
No one is saying that. No one. That sounds like people that are coping that just want to.
I've seen some people say that.
Yeah, it sounds like people that are coping that want to distinguish themselves from other people.
I've seen some people say that. On the one hand, I'm like, I kind of want this because I'm like, I kind of want this to distinguish myself. But at the same time, I've also never been similar to anyone of any age range. So I'm one of a goddamn kind. So
true. So you're looking in Lambo?
No, I'm locking out Lambo. Okay, like I'm locking it. No, I'm locking him out.
Okay, who you looking in?
Okay, Bonnie really impressed me with his. Well, he really impressed me with his Sparkling Tuna performance. So, and I like Bunny overall. I do want him to make it through, but at the same time, I'm always rooting for Classic, and also because this is the Boomer Bash. I feel like Bunny and Lambo, both of them are around the same age, right? Both of them 1995, his year they were born. Mm-hmm. I'm always rooting for Bunny, man. I always like Bunny, but I feel like this is the Boomer Bash. I have to give it to Classic and Mana, our two Protoss papas.
Okay.
In a normal circumstance, I think I would normally root for either Bunny and Classic or Bunny and Mana, but because this is the Boomer Bash, I gotta lock it in, Mana and Classic.
Fair enough. I wish that they weren't all in the same group. I want Mana, Classic, and Bunny to make it through. Like I want them to advance on. Like I would like to see more of them. Right. But I got to look two of them in. Yeah. So I'm gonna go with Mana.
Okay.
And Bunny.
All right.
Bunny. Yeah. Pros and Terran.
All right. Pros and Terran.
Locking it in. So again, watch Lambo make it out of the group. Watch
Lambo and Cure make it out of their groups first place. Out of sheer spite.
Look, Lambo, he's a young boy. He's a speedy boy. He's gonna run circles around all these other boomers.
Yeah, he goes zoom. He does drive the Lambo. Lamborghini is an F1, right? I don't watch F1. I don't watch F1. I know Red Bull and I know Ferrari are the two.
That gives you wings.
Are the two ones. I know Red Bull gives you wings because F1 it's like not just the racing component. It's also the engineer component, right? Where I guess nowadays that's like not as big of a thing anymore, but definitely in the early days, right? It was a huge thing where you had the different. Technically, they're companies, but they're also teams in a way. They're like, okay, how do we engineer the perfect F1 car, right? I don't remember if Lamborghini participates in F1. I just know Red Bull and Ferrari do.
Should ask Lambo next time.
I should ask Lambo. I should ask Roddy.
You in F1?
I should ask Roddy. I should ask Roddy about this actually. Like, yo, Roddy, what are the F1 teams?
There you go. But yeah, so with that, the Boomer match is going to be taking place over the next 2 days. The playoffs are going to be taking place in a couple of days as well. So by the time we get the next podcast, it will all be wrapped up and done. So we'll be crowning our Boomer champion. Because
We'll
of that, bit
we'll
of a
be
great.
we'll be locking them into the retirement home. Which
We
actually,
will,
you know
we
what?
will.
I'm even more confident in Mana making it through, because according to Raynor, he is the alpha boomer. He is the biggest boomer out there.
There you go. There you go.
I
When it
still
comes to the
remember that
playoffs,
meme he had where it's like, "Hey guys, does anybody remember that time I won 2012?" And Raynor be like, "Okay, Grandma, let's get you back to bed."
Smurge. When it comes to the playoffs, Yaku is going to take it. We only know half of the players that are going to be in the playoffs to begin with, but we can make some assumptions here and there as to who else will make it through.
It's got to be Mana. It's got to be Mana.
Mana wins.
It's got to be Mana. He's the biggest boomer in this competition right now. I would like to see Scarlet do well. I think Scarlet has outdone mostly because Scarlet's a Zerg player here, and we don't have too many of them. I mean, we have two more remaining, and neither of them might make it out. In fact, I'm pretty confident in one of them not making out. So we gotta root for the Zerg players while we got them.
But, okay, you're just gonna keep like just
throwing shade
just jabbing Lambo on the way past. Like, nah, he's not making it out. Oh my god.
Well, but I mean that's good for him. Because that'll motivate him, It's exactly, that's just, you know what it is? That's the Asian parenting style.
True.
We gotta motivate him to prove us wrong.
Yaku going full milk, going full tiger mom. Let's go. So you're locking in Mana to be the biggest boomer.
I'm locking in Mana to be the biggest boomer. I'm locking in Mana to bash everyone else.
Okay. I can respect that.
He's in his Vegeta arc,
What does that mean?
It means he's in midlife. He's married. He's got a kid. He's going on picnics.
Okay.
Solar, he's in his redemption arc. Mana, he's in his Vegeta arc.
Okay. Okay.
I think that was from Super. That's probably That's probably not from one that you've seen.
Is his hair gonna turn blue?
Is he gonna grow hair in the first place?
Gonna grow hair. It's gonna be crazy.
He's not quite bald, but he does cut it pretty short usually. Mana. He does keep his hair pretty short.
Who might go? I feel like Hero is like the obvious one. Hero's like the obvious pick to win it all here.
Hero, he is fairly boomery. He's married.
I mean, you saw the thumbnail. You saw the thumbnail.
You saw the thumbnail. He is the one who looks the oldest on Rihanna's thumbnail.
So,
you know what?
He has,
is it a case where it's actually a secret detail, where it's the player who's most likely to make it through is the one who ages the most? That fan of Ryung has no faith in Ryung because he barely aged Ryung at all.
True. That is the hidden secret behind that thumbnail. So here he's got the thumbnail going for him. At the same time, I can see maybe like some of the others threatening Hero, but like I feel like the obvious answer is going to be Hero. But the fun answer would be Beyond. I think the fun answer would be Old Man Beyond. Okay. Old Man Beyond, he comes out with his cane. He's taped up his wrists.
Yeah, from the military as well. Yeah, he's like, I could see Punish Beyond.
Beautiful.
We need a Photoshop of every single one of these players aged up, and also with but not only aged up, but also like in that Metal Gear style of aged up and punished in a way.
Aged up and gruff. They're gonna be gruff. They gotta be like they've experienced some stuff.
Big Boss, Scarlet, gotta have it all.
Yeah. I can go behind it. With that, so do check out the Boomer Bash. It's of course covered by Wardy. It's going to be a great event. It's taking place over the next couple of days. That does lead us into the Bellum Gens Zagora Asia qualifiers. Now, this was a bit of a controversial qualifier because there were not many signups. Something that I can say that
Yeah.
is public information is that unfortunately players are not going to be compensated when it comes to their travel. They are being compensated
Yep.
when it comes to, of course, accommodation,
Accommodation,
and travel, like, at the event and all that good
food
stuff, and of
and stuff
course
like that.
prize
Yeah.
pool, yeah, all that stuff.
But
But
basically, their
unfortunately,
hotel room, their food, and their prize and stuff like that. But
yeah,
the ticket itself,
unfortunately, yes. So the flight is not being paid for, so that did deter a lot of players from actually competing in this, and because of that, we actually didn't really have many signups for this
yeah.
qualifier.
I actually looked at the sign up list on the website itself on the day, and I was already surprised that there were only 10 players that signed up. I was even more surprised when only 4 of them checked in, which meant that every single player who participated in this qualifier, made it through into the main event itself. But of course, they still played out their matches, as seeding is still very important. And shout out to the commentators, and shout out to Maru as well in a way, as I think they tried to make the most out of. I think they really did give it their all and try to make the most out of the situation there.
Yeah, for sure. So as you mentioned,
Especially
so
with
all
Maru
4
off
players.
racing.
Yeah, all 4 players did make it through. They all did qualify, but as you mentioned, seeding was still a factor, of course, for the event. And to see Maru play Protoss and to see him 2-0 down is crazy.
He's had some.
Like,
he ate some baguette. He's seen the
yeah,
light. He was in France a couple of months ago, so
true.
yeah, Clem getting into his ear a little bit, maybe.
I mean, it's one of those things where Maru playing Protoss is one thing because it's like, oh, like, you automatically qualify anyway. You're going to be a part of this anyway, so, like, doesn't matter. But the results, for him to 2-0 Zan is in form.
Yeah.
Zan, straight up, he is one of the best Protoss players in the world right now. You could argue
one of the
Zan
best
is
Protoss
top
players
3.
and one of the best PvP players as well.
Yes. So for Maru to 2-0 down, that is not easy. That is not expected. That is crazy. So that's a big win for Maru's Protoss. That's crazy.
I don't know if I want to fully board up the get back on board on the Maru hype train again. I was waiting for a big result here for Maru in 2025. He, we were mentioning this a couple of times, he did have a bit of a lackluster start to the year.
Yep.
Some very huge upsets and very unexpected losses from him, very early exits from Massive Coliseum and also was it Pigsty? No. Yeah, Pigsty as well. And we were like, what is going on here with Maru? We did find out that there was a little bit of like uncertainty from the side of Maru when it came to his military service. Would he have to whether or not he would have to go this year, or if he even had to go at all? That ended up getting cleared up a couple of weeks ago, and now he's back and he's having fun. I gotta say, it does look like maybe a little bit of weight has lifted from him, and I'm excited. I want Maru to have a big result this year, and if it takes playing Protoss to get there, then so be it.
Yeah, it's he's enjoying himself. He's winning matches, winning games. He's looking better than he did as his Terran earlier this year.
Yeah.
Now, is this a full switch? Similarly to Akeron, it's hard to say, right? Is he fully switching to Protoss? Is he only playing Protoss just for the qualifier, just because there was a little bit less weight behind it? We have to wait for the main event. That is when we will know for certain whether or not he is switching to Protoss, or if he is only off racing every now and then, and if he's just focusing on his Terran still for the main tournament.
Yeah.
What do you want, Yaku? Which one do you want to be the reality?
I mean, it's tough to say, right? Because it's like, obviously I do play Terran, and Maru is straight up the greatest Terran player in the history of StarCraft 2. He is, I think, the best Terran player to have ever put his hands to ever select that race, right? But I also like a little bit of chaos, right? I also like a little bit of that. I like a little bit of that chaos factor. I like a little bit of that switching. To have a little bit of that hard switch, I would laugh, but I would laugh with tears in my eye. I would laugh because I'm like, this is so funny, but my eyes would not be smiling at all.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it's one of those
for
things where
sure.
I'd be smiling, my mouth would be smiling, but my eyes would be frowning because I'm like, what the? It'd be like a nervous laugh into what the fuck.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I, I don't know. I am a big Maru fan in general, and beyond just his playstyle and beyond what he's been able to accomplish with Terran, I do think that it's probably better for him overall to just pick something that he enjoys and pick something that he is more motivated in. And if he is enjoying Protoss more, and if he is more motivated in Protoss, then yeah, I think I would rather him play Protoss. But it would, you know, as a Terran player myself, I still hope that we would be able to see more of Maru's Terran and more of Maru's Terran style coming into fruition.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I understand that. And definitely I can get behind that as well. We'll see what Mara enjoys more. We'll see what he enjoys more. We'll
Yeah.
see what he commits to. That honestly, that's just one more thing to look forward to for Stars Agora, right? Like
Yeah.
it's not going
Clem
to be about
versus Maru.
who's playing. No, 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 no. It's about is Maru going to play Protoss?
And here's the thing, right? Clem, he plays Protoss to avoid Terran. Maru, he plays Protoss to play TVP.
To play Protoss.
To play PvP. So, what are we seeing here?
True, true. Well, yeah, we could end up in a really weird situation if they do play. So, again, we'll find out, right? We'll find out what happens.
Yeah.
We'll find out if Maru does commit to the Switch or not. Only time will tell. Otherwise, that was our final event to cover. Our final event.
Yeah, I didn't quite verify this, but it's like hearsay from like a Ligulac and the Korean ladder that apparently Maru does play. That apparently Maru's off race on Protoss is like pretty high up there, like comparable to Hero, basically, and at times ranked even higher than Hero in terms of MMR when it comes to that Protoss style. Obviously, MMR alone doesn't translate too well to a tournament setting. That's why I would still consider Hero to be the best Protoss player from Korea and arguably the best Protoss player in the world, as opposed to Clem or Maru. But in these cases, it is translating a little bit to tournament results. So maybe, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. We'll wait and see. With that does take us to our sign-up list. We do have our sign-up list here available. The next qualifier for Belgium Gens is going to be the European Open qualifier. That is tomorrow in 24 hours. 24 hours time, we do have the EU qualifier. We have Sunrise Cup 194. We have the Passioncraft Emerging Stars number 10, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and many, many other events. So do tune in. There's plenty to sign up for. There's plenty to take part in. If you want to take part in some of these tournaments, then the sign-up list has everything consolidated, everything together in one easy place.
Indeed, the ones that are going to be coming up very, very soon, the ones that are just around the corner, as a matter of fact, are obviously Belgium Gens Elite EU qualifiers, so that's open to anyone from the European region. We're going to have the Sunrise Cup for players from China, Passioncraft Emerging Stars, so it's going to be for anyone under the MMR of 550 and 55,000. No, 5,500, 5,500 MMR. Sparkling Tuna Cup, obviously, that's our event happening over the weekend. That's open to anyone. And then we got more SELK to the Hill, Wardy TV Monday, Pegasaur Monday, Monday Night Weekly. We'll be there. We'll be covering as much as we can live, and we'll be recapping whatever we miss over here on the podcast.
Exactly. Likewise, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings and it helps support the podcast, you can do so via Patreon. !! Patreon in the chat. You'll get a link to our Patreon page. Currently, our Patreon does fund all of our tournaments, specifically Sea Duckling Open, Masters 1 Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. It is all funded via Patreon by the community, for the community. So thank you so much for all of the support. Again, we have recently reached a new goal. So next month, we will have a boosted prize pool for both the Sparkling Tuna Cup, MSO, and SDO. All the prize pools have been boosted, and we
not the
have
raffle,
a new
though,
goal.
unfortunately for me. So
no, not the raffle. But we do have a new goal. We do have a new goal, so you can help us reach it if you wish. Again, that is to boost the prize pool specifically for Sparkling Tuna Cup even further. So it is all funded via Patreon. Thank you so much, all of our patrons. Thank you so much for all the support.
Also taking suggestions for what the goal after that will be.
Oh, we already know. We already know. But otherwise, thank you so much, Blakeadoos, as well. It was a while ago, but thank you so much for the donation for the 10 USD. Thank you. Thank you so much, Blakeadoos, for the support, for the donations. We don't really get a lot of donations on our channel, so we always appreciate it whenever it does happen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping up here for the week. Again, this week was a little bit more dense when it comes to topics, when it comes to news. We made it through it, and as always, we'll be here next week for some more podcast.
We'll see you then.
Before then, maybe I haven't switched over yet. Before then, Yaku, where can people find more of you?
Well, Orgrimmar! Obviously, shout out to Crisis Wii. One final thing I forgot to mention, he is for the Horde. Respect, Crisis. Respect.
Let's
go. Yeah, I think we'll see what happens. I think April. Well, I say this. April, I might have some free time in April to finally complete the SC1 campaign, the StarCraft 1 campaign. That's going to be the Protoss side of things. And if that ever happens, that's going to be over on twitch.tv/YakuZaku1 and also YouTube at, I don't remember my YouTube handle. I'll try to multi-stream, but if I remember how to do that, we'll see what happens. You can also follow me over on twitter.com at Empora Yakuzaku, or more actively nowadays on Blue Sky at Yakuzaku. You want to follow some of the going-ons in the going-ons of the daily whatchamacalls in the monsoon. Blue Sky.
Beautiful.
Also, !! Discord in the chat. That'll bring you to the CranKy Ducklings Discord server, so you can find me, Light, Kuro, and everyone else, including the bot that alerts people whenever one of us goes live on our personal channels. So
there you go. Likewise, you can find me at lat_VIP. I do stream whenever I can. I haven't been able to stream all week, unfortunately. We have been quite busy here with the CranKy Ducklings, casting every single day. But if I'm ever not casting on the CranKy Ducklings, I'm live on my personal channel. You can follow me there if you wish. Otherwise, the CranKy Ducklings is the place to be. When it comes to our schedule this week, the next broadcast we have is going to be tomorrow. I say tomorrow, it's going to be later on today, actually, in around 10 hours time. In 9.5 hours, we're going to be live with HSL Group G. So we have Group G coming up next for the Hispanic Star League. Likewise, we're going to be covering some Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow evening. We have Host Open over the weekend. We have the Rex March Madness and plenty more. So plenty of StarCraft, plenty of tournaments over the week. So do follow us, whether it's here on Twitch, whether it's on YouTube, TikTok, Blue Sky, Mastodon, Instagram, Facebook, wherever you prefer, ! Socials in the chat, and we get a link to our social media, so do check us out there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys next week for some more podcast.
We'll see you then. For real this time.
Ciao.
Bella.